My dear, there comes a moment in every life when the hands grow tired from holding too tightly. Not because you have failed and not because you have done anything wrong, but because the soul was never meant to live clenched. The heart was never meant to spend its days bracing against life, trying to calculate every turn, every answer, every arrival, every departure. There is a softer way to live. There is a kinder way to move through this world. And it begins in the quiet place inside you that is willing to say, even if only in a whisper, perhaps I do not have to control everything. Perhaps life is not asking me to push so hard. Perhaps what I need is not more force, but more trust. Let yourself hear that slowly. More trust. Not careless trust, not blind trust, not pretending that you have never been hurt, or that life has never confused you, or that the waiting has never felt long. Trust does not mean you deny your human feelings. Trust means that beneath the feelings, beneath the ache, beneath the questions that rise in the night, you begin to sense that something larger is moving with you, something quiet, something wise, something patient, something that does not panic when you cannot yet see the whole path. You may have spent so much of your life believing that if you did not hold everything together, everything would fall away. You may have learned to watch, to worry, to prepare, to protect, to plan for every possible disappointment. Perhaps you became the strong one, the responsible one, the one who could be counted on, the one who looked calm on the outside while carrying whole storms within. And yet here you are now, being invited into another kind of strength, a strength that does not grip, a strength that softens, a strength that rests in the simple truth that life can meet you even when you stop chasing after it. There is no shame in having tried to control. Control is often a wound looking for safety. Control is often the child within saying, I do not want to be surprised by pain again. Control is often the mind's way of trying to create a shelter. So do not scold yourself for the ways you have held on. Bless yourself for trying to feel safe. Bless the part of you that worked so hard to protect your heart. And then, with tenderness, you may begin to teach that part of you something new. You may begin to say, we are safe enough to loosen now. We are safe enough to breathe. We are safe enough to trust that life has not forgotten us. Let your body receive that. Not as a command, not as another thing to do correctly, but as a gentle permission. The shoulders do not have to rise toward the ears. The jaw does not have to stay locked. The chest does not have to hold its breath. You are allowed to be here without solving your whole future tonight. You are allowed to rest before everything is finished. You are allowed to be loved before every question is answered. There is an affirmation that carries a deep and steady wisdom. I trust the process of life to bring me my highest good. Let those words move through you like warm light through a quiet room. You do not have to force belief. You do not have to argue with the fearful mind. You can simply let the words sit beside you. I trust the process of life to bring me my highest good. Perhaps one part of you says, but how can I trust when I do not know what is coming? And another part, deeper and calmer, may answer, trust is not knowing what comes next. Trust is remembering that I am not alone as it comes. The process of life is not always loud. It may not arrive with immediate explanations. It may not offer you a map with every road clearly drawn. Often it works in quiet rearrangements. A conversation you did not expect. A door that closes before you understand why. A pause that teaches you to listen inward. A delay that gives your heart time to become spacious enough for what you have asked for. Life does not always move according to the clock of your impatience. It moves according to the rhythm of growth. And growth, my dear, is tender. A flower does not open because someone shouts at it. The morning does not arrive because the earth becomes anxious. The sea does not rush its tides out of fear that it will be late. Everything natural knows how to unfold. Your own life is part of that same intelligence. Your breath knows how to return. Your body knows how to seek balance. Your heart knows how to soften again when it is given safety. You belong to the same life that moves the seasons, lifts the sun, and guides the seed through darkness toward light. So when the mind says, hurry, 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 let the soul answer gently. When fear says, you are behind, let love answer, you are becoming. When old pressure says, you must make it happen now, let wisdom answer, what is right for me can meet me in the right way and at the right time. You do not need to fight life to prove that you want your good. You do not need to live tense in order to be worthy. Your worth is not measured by how much you strain. Your worth is already within you, whole and steady, waiting for you to remember. Sometimes letting go begins with the smallest act, not a dramatic announcement, not a grand spiritual performance, just a quiet moment when you notice that your hands are gripping and you open them a little. Just a breath in which you catch yourself rehearsing fear and you choose a kinder thought. Just a pause before sending one more worried message, making one more frantic plan, or replaying one more painful story. Letting go begins when you become willing to interrupt the habit of struggle. You may not be ready to release everything at once. That is all right. Life does not ask you to become completely peaceful in a single moment. It asks only for your willingness. Willingness is a doorway. Willingness is the first crack of light under a closed door. Willingness says, I do not yet know how to trust completely, but I am open to learning. I do not yet feel peaceful all the time, but I am willing to practice peace. I do not yet understand the timing, but I am willing to stop calling myself forgotten. How many times has life carried you through something you were certain would break you? How many times did you not know the answer, and yet an answer came? How many times did you think the end of one thing was the end of your hope, only to discover later that space had been made for something more honest, more fitting, more aligned with who you were becoming. The mind forgets these things when it is frightened. The heart remembers them when it is still. Let yourself remember not to force gratitude before you are ready, but to gather evidence of support. There were days when you kept breathing. There were mornings after long nights. There were people, moments, signs, small mercies, inner strengths you did not know you had until you needed them. You have not been abandoned by life. You have been accompanied through mysteries you could not yet name. And now you are invited to live less as someone fighting the river and more as someone learning its current. There is a difference between surrender and collapse. Collapse says, I have no power. Surrender says, I release what was never mine to control so that my true power can return. Collapse is hopelessness. Surrender is trust. Collapse closes the heart. Surrender opens it. Collapse gives up on life. Surrender gives life room to help. You can participate without pushing. You can choose without clenching. You can take steps without demanding that the whole road appear at once. This is a beautiful way to live, doing what is yours to do and releasing value. It belongs to timing, to other people, to the hidden intelligence of life. So much anxiety comes from trying to manage things that were never placed in your hands. Other people's choices. The exact day something arrives. The path another soul must walk. The lesson that cannot be rushed. The outcome that must ripen in its own way. Imagine how much energy returns to you when you stop sending your spirit into every possible future. Imagine gathering yourself back from all the places your worry has traveled. Back from tomorrow, back from next month, back from the imagined conversation, back from the feared disappointment, back from the endless attempt to prevent pain by living in advance of it. Call yourself home, my dear. Come back to this breath. Come back to this body. Come back to the gentle truth that right now, in this moment, you can choose one loving thought. This does not mean every feeling disappears. It means you no longer have to make fear your teacher. Fear may visit, but it does not have to lead. Doubt may speak, but it does not have to decide. Impatience may rise, but it does not have to become your home. You can acknowledge these visitors and still return to trust. You can say, I see you, fear. I know you are trying to protect me, but today I am choosing a softer way. A softer way is not a weaker way. Softness is often the deepest courage. It takes courage to stop rehearsing disaster. It takes courage to believe that you are worthy of good without chasing it. It takes courage to rest when the world praises exhaustion. It takes courage to let a closed door stay closed without pounding until your hands hurt. It takes courage to bless what did not stay and still remain open to what may come. If something has not arrived yet, let this thought comfort you. perhaps life is not refusing you. Perhaps life is preparing you. Perhaps something inside you is still becoming ready to receive without fear, without self-sabotage, without shrinking away from the very good you asked for. Sometimes we say we want love, but we still carry the belief that love will leave. Sometimes we say we want abundance, but we still feel guilty receiving. Sometimes we say we want peace, but our nervous system has known chaos for so long that peace feels unfamiliar. Life, in its mercy, may slow the outer arrival while healing the inner pattern. So instead of accusing the delay, become curious about the preparation. Ask gently, what is being strengthened in me? What belief is asking to be released? What part of me is learning to feel safe with good? What old story is ready to end? These questions do not blame you. They empower you. They remind you that you are not merely waiting. You are growing. You are opening. You are becoming a clearer place for your good to land. And in this becoming, kindness matters. Please do not turn spiritual growth into another way to criticize yourself. Do not say, I should be more trusting by now. I should be healed already. I should never feel afraid. My dear, that is only the old voice wearing spiritual clothing. True healing never speaks to you with cruelty. True healing says, let us begin again. True healing says, of course you are learning. True healing says, every gentle choice counts. There is a loving power in saying, I am willing to release the pattern in me that created these conditions. These words are not a punishment. They are an opening. They do not say, I am bad. They say, I am ready to become free. They say, I am willing to look at the beliefs that have shaped my experience, not with shame, but with compassion. They say, I can choose differently. I can think differently. I can speak differently. I can allow life to meet me in a new way. Every pattern began somewhere. A fear may have begun as protection. A belief in struggle may have been inherited. A habit of overgiving may have been praised until you forgot your own needs. A distrust of timing may have formed when something hurt you long ago. But what began in one season does not have to rule every season. You are allowed to outgrow old agreements. You are allowed to bless the coping methods that helped you survive and then choose practices that help you live. Letting go often means releasing the identity of the one who must be in control to be safe. You are more than the planner, more than the fixer, more than the watcher, more than the one who anticipates everyone's needs, more than the one who keeps score of every danger. Beneath all of that is a self that knows how to receive, a self that knows how to rest, a self that knows how to be guided. Speak to that self now inwardly. Say, I remember you. I welcome you back. I am learning to live from trust. I am learning to release what is too heavy for my hands. I am learning that life can support me in ways I have not yet imagined. Again, you do not need to force the feeling. You are planting seeds. Seeds grow in quiet places. When you feel the urge to control, pause and ask, what am I afraid would happen if I trusted? This question is gentle medicine. Perhaps the answer is, I am afraid I will be disappointed. I am afraid I will be left behind. I am afraid I will not receive what I need. I am afraid that if I stop pushing, nothing will happen. Once you hear the fear clearly, you can hold it with love. You do not have to obey it blindly. You can say, thank you for showing me where I need comfort. Thank you for revealing the tender place. Now let me bring love there. Bring love to the fear that says you are forgotten. Bring love to the impatience that says time is running out. Bring love to the shame that says you should have known better. Bring love to the part of you that has grown weary from waiting. Love, is not a decoration. Love is an inner atmosphere. It is the climate in which trust can return. Without love, surrender feels like loss. With love, surrender feels like being carried. There may be things in your life right now that do not make sense. A silence, a delay, a disappointment, a longing unanswered, a path that opened and then seemed to vanish. The mind wants to label these things immediately as wrong, bad, unfair, proof that nothing works. But the soul is more patient. The soul knows that not every chapter explains itself while you are inside it. Some meanings are revealed only after you have walked further. Some blessings wear the clothing of interruption. Some redirections arrive as endings because you would not have changed direction otherwise. Can you let life have some privacy in how it arranges your good? Can you allow some things to be in motion behind the veil? Can you admit that the mind, wonderful as it is, does not see every connection, every preparation, every timing, every unseen protection? This admission is not weakness. It is humility, and humility makes the heart spacious. The controlling mind often says, I need to know before I can relax. The trusting heart says, I can relax a little, and then knowing may come. Control demands certainty first. Trust creates enough peace for clarity to rise. So if you are waiting for your whole life to become predictable before you rest, you may wait a long time. But if you practice resting in small ways now, even while some things remain unfinished, you teach your body and your subconscious that peace is not dependent on perfect circumstances. Let your peace become less conditional. Not because you do not care, but because you deserve a calm inner home even while life is changing. You can care deeply and still breathe. You can desire something sincerely and still release the panic around it. You can love someone and not control their path. You can want an outcome and not make your worth depend on it. This is emotional freedom. This is spiritual maturity. This is the gentle art of letting go. To let go is to remove your self-worth from the answer. If the answer is yes, you are worthy. If the answer is no, you are worthy. If the answer is not yet, you are worthy. If the path changes, you are worthy. If someone understands you, you are worthy. If someone does not understand you, you are worthy. When worth is anchored within, outcomes lose their power to define you. Then you can receive with gratitude and release with dignity. I trust life. Let this short affirmation become a resting place in you, not a performance, not a dramatic declaration, just a quiet return. When the mind begins its spinning, I trust life. When timing looks different than you planned, I trust life. When the heart is tempted to close, I trust life. When you do not yet know the next step, I trust life is simple enough to remember and deep enough to practice for a lifetime. To trust life does not mean everything will look the way your personality demands. It means that even what does not look the way you expected can serve your awakening, your healing, your growth, your return to love. It means you are willing to cooperate with reality instead of exhausting yourself arguing with what is. It means you stop making war with the present moment and begin asking, how can I meet this with love? The present moment is not always comfortable, but it is always powerful. You cannot soften yesterday except by changing how you hold it now. You cannot enter tomorrow except through the thoughts you choose now. You cannot receive guidance for the entire road, but you can receive the next loving step now. This moment is where the door opens. This moment is where surrender becomes real. Not as an idea, but as a breath, a thought, a choice. Perhaps the next loving step is to rest. Perhaps it is to forgive yourself for not knowing sooner. Perhaps it is to stop checking, stop chasing, stop replaying. Perhaps it is to make one honest call, drink water, clear a small space, write one kind sentence, say no, say yes, wait, listen, pray, breathe. Guidance is often very simple. The mind overlooks it because it expects thunder. But life often guides through quiet steadiness. When you stop forcing, you begin to hear. Forcing is noisy. Fear is noisy. Urgency is noisy. But the deeper wisdom within you speaks gently. It may come as a calm knowing, a small warmth in the chest, a sense that one direction feels lighter than another, a repeated inner nudge that does not threaten but invites. To hear this, you must become still enough, not perfectly still, just still enough to notice. This is one of the gifts hidden inside surrender. It returns your listening to you. As long as you are trying to dominate life, you cannot hear life. As long as you are demanding that the universe follow your script exactly, you cannot receive the wiser script being written in collaboration with your own soul. Letting go is not becoming passive, it is becoming receptive. It is the difference between shouting at a locked door and noticing the open window beside it. Your good may come in a form you did not plan. Let it. Your healing may begin in a place you did not think to look. Let it. The person who helps you may not match the picture in your mind. Let them. The opportunity may arrive quietly rather than dramatically. Notice it. Life may answer the essence of your prayer while changing the details. Be willing to receive the essence. Many people miss their good because they are attached to one doorway. They say it must come through this person, this job, this date, this path, this exact form. And when life tries to bring something beautiful through another entrance, they do not recognize it. My dear, do not make your doorway too narrow. The universe has many ways to deliver support. Love can come through friendship, rest, insight, unexpected help, renewed courage, a change of heart, a peaceful release. Abundance can come through ideas, simplification, generosity, opportunities, better boundaries, creative movement. Healing can come through forgiveness, nourishment, honest tears, laughter, sleep, prayer, and a new way of speaking to yourself. What you need may not always be what the frightened mind demands. The frightened mind may demand control. The soul may need trust. The frightened mind may demand immediate proof. The soul may need patience. The frightened mind may demand that someone else change. The soul may need you to come home to yourself. The frightened mind may demand certainty. The soul may need faith. Life supplies all my needs in great abundance. Let this affirmation be received gently. It does not mean you sit and do nothing. It means you begin to live from a deeper belief that support is possible, that you are not cut off from good, that the world is not only a place of struggle, but also a place of provision, exchange, kindness, creativity, and unexpected grace. When you believe life is only against you, you close. When you begin to consider that life can support you, you become available to support. Availability matters. Receptivity matters. An anxious hand may reject what a relaxed hand can hold. A mind convinced of lack may fail to see a solution. A heart armored by disappointment may overlook kindness. This is why inner work is not separate from outer life. The atmosphere within you shapes what you notice, what you allow, what you choose, what you believe is possible. If you have been disappointed before, receiving may feel vulnerable. It may feel safer to expect little, want little, hope little. You may think that if you do not expect good, you cannot be hurt. But a life protected from disappointment can also become protected from joy. The heart does not become free by closing. It becomes free by learning that it can remain open and still be safe within itself. You can hope without demanding. You can receive without clinging. You can love without abandoning yourself. You can trust without giving away your discernment. Divine timing is not a punishment. It is not life withholding affection from you. It is not proof that you are unworthy. Sometimes timing is the quiet intelligence that brings things together only when they can truly be held. A meeting too soon may not have been recognized. A gift too early may not have been valued. A path too quickly opened may have carried you into something smaller than your soul intended. Timing can be protection. Timing can be preparation. Timing can be mercy. You may look at another scene or person's life and wonder why something arrived for them sooner. Please be gentle with yourself there. Comparison is a thief of trust. You do not know the full story of another soul. You do not know their lessons, their hidden struggles, their timing, their private costs. Your life is not late because it does not match someone else's calendar. Your life has its own rhythm, and learning to honor that rhythm is part of your peace. Say inwardly, I am not behind. I am not being punished. I am not forgotten. My path is unfolding in ways I am learning to trust. Let those words soften the place where comparison has tightened you. There is room in life for everyone's good. Another person's blessing does not subtract from yours. The sun does not become poorer because it shines on many gardens. Good is not a small table with too few seats. Life is abundant in ways the fearful mind cannot measure. And yet, abundance begins in consciousness. It begins in your willingness to stop rehearsing lack as though it were the only truth. Perhaps you have often said, there is never enough time, never enough love, never enough help, never enough money, never enough ease. These thoughts may feel factual because they have been repeated so often. But repetition is not the same as truth. A belief can feel familiar and still be ready to change. You do not need to shame yourself for old beliefs. You can simply begin to plant new ones. This is the heart of affirmation work. Not pretending, not denying, choosing. Choosing a direction for the mind. Choosing food for the inner garden. Choosing to speak to your life as though love is listening. And love is listening. Your body listens. Your subconscious listens. Your energy listens. The choices you make repeatedly become pathways within you. If you have practiced worry for years, worry may come easily. If you have practiced trust only a little, trust may feel new. Be patient. A new path through a field is made by walking it again and again. At first, the grass is high. Then, with repeated steps, a way appears. Every time you choose a thought of trust, you walk the new path. Every time you pause before spiraling, you walk the new path. Every time you bless yourself instead of blaming yourself, you walk the new path. Eventually, the body learns, the heart learns, the mind learns. I deserve the best, and I accept it now. Notice what rises when you hear that. Does the heart open or does the mind object? Does a small voice say, "Not me, not yet, not after what I have done, not until I am better"? If so, do not fight that voice. Hold it tenderly. It is showing you the next place that needs love. Worthiness is not something you earn by becoming flawless. Worthiness is the truth of your being. You may need to practice receiving that truth, but you do not need to create it from nothing. It is already there. To accept the best does not mean demanding that life satisfy every ego desire. It means becoming willing to receive what is truly good for your soul. It means no longer choosing crumbs because you fear you are not worthy of nourishment. It means no longer staying in patterns that make you smaller because you are afraid nothing better can come. It means learning to recognize peace, respect, alignment, honesty, kindness, and inner freedom as forms of good you are allowed to have. Some good things require you to release what is familiar. That can feel frightening. The familiar may not be loving, but it is known. The unknown may be loving, but it asks for trust. This is why people sometimes cling to what hurts. Not because they enjoy pain, but because the mind confuses familiarity with safety. Letting go may therefore feel uncomfortable at first, even when it is right. Do not mistake discomfort for danger. Sometimes discomfort is simply the nervous system learning a new language. The language of trust sounds different from the language of fear. Fear says, "Hold tighter." Trust says, "Listen deeper." Fear says, "Nothing good will come unless you force it." Trust says, "Take the next honest step and let life breathe around you." Fear says, "This delay means failure." Trust says, "Timing may be doing work I cannot see." Fear says, "You are alone." Trust says, "Support can arrive through channels I have not yet imagined." Fear says, "What if it does not happen?" Trust says, "Whatever happens, I will meet myself with love." Meeting yourself with love is the center of it all. Without self-love, surrender becomes frightening because you imagine you are releasing yourself into emptiness. With self-love, surrender becomes safer because you know you will not abandon yourself. You will still speak kindly to yourself. You will still care for your needs. You will still honor your intuition. You will still be present to your feelings. Letting go does not mean leaving yourself. It means returning to yourself. I love and approve of myself. These words are simple, yet they reach deep. Many people seek approval everywhere else first. They wait for the message, the recognition, the apology, the invitation, the applause, the proof that they matter. And when it does not come in the way they hoped, the old wound opens again. But the more you learn to love and approve of yourself, the less you ask the world to be the sole keeper of your worth. You can enjoy appreciation without depending on it for survival. You can welcome love without using it to fill a hole only self-acceptance can heal. Approving of yourself does not mean you never grow. It means you do not hate yourself into growth. You encourage yourself. You learn. You adjust. You apologize when needed. You take responsibility without turning responsibility into self-attack. You become a loving inner parent rather than a harsh inner judge. And from that inner kindness, life becomes softer. When you approve of yourself, waiting changes. You no longer wait as someone empty begging to be completed. You wait as someone whole, curious about how life is arranging the next expression of good. You no longer chase love as though you are unlovable without it. You allow love to meet you while you continue loving yourself. You no longer grasp at opportunities as though your entire worth depends on one outcome. You take steps, offer your gifts, and trust that what aligns with your growth can find you. This does not remove all disappointment. It transforms your relationship to disappointment. You can feel sadness without becoming sadness. You can feel loss without deciding that life is against you. You can grieve a closed door without calling your future empty. You can say, "This hurts," and still add, "I am held." You can say, "I hoped for this," and still add, "I remain open to good." That is a beautiful spiritual maturity. There may be old grief in you about things that did not arrive when you wanted them. Let us be kind to that grief. Let it have a place at the table. It is not weakness to admit that waiting has hurt. It is honest. The heart may need to mourn certain timelines, certain imagined futures, certain expectations. Surrender does not bypass grief. It gives grief a loving room in which it can soften and eventually become wisdom. Perhaps something you wanted did not come because you were being led elsewhere. Perhaps it did not come because it was not truly aligned. Perhaps it did not come because another person had their own freedom, their own path, their own unreadiness. Perhaps it has not come yet because life is still arranging conditions. Or perhaps the true gift is being shaped within you rather than outside you. You do not have to know which explanation is correct today. You can simply let yourself be held by the possibility that meaning exists beyond your current sight. I am in the process of positive changes. This affirmation is tender because it honors movement without demanding instant perfection. You are in process. Your trust is in process. Your letting go is in process. Your ability to receive is in process. Your peace is in process. A process is alive. It breathes. It includes steps forward and moments of forgetting. It includes days when you feel open and days when you feel afraid. It includes remembering and beginning again. The old mind may say, "If I still feel anxious, nothing has changed." That is not true. Change often begins before the emotions fully catch up. The fact that you notice the anxiety is change. The fact that you pause before reacting is change. The fact that you speak one kind sentence to yourself is change. The fact that you are willing to trust life for one breath is change. Do not dismiss the small beginnings. The seed is not less real because it is not yet a tree. Positive change is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is the quiet absence of an old reaction, the message you do not send, the fear you do not feed, the insult you do not direct at yourself, the boundary you set with calmness, the rest you allow without guilt. The moment you notice beauty even while something remains unresolved. These are holy shifts. These are signs that trust is taking root. As you change, some parts of your life may need to rearrange. Do not be surprised if old patterns resist. The mind likes what is familiar. People who benefited from your overgiving may not immediately understand your peace. Habits that once felt natural may feel uncomfortable when you stop feeding them. Let this be part of the process. You can change gently without asking everyone to approve of your change. Letting go sometimes includes letting go of the need to be understood by those committed to misunderstanding you. It includes letting go of the need to explain your healing to everyone. It includes letting go of the hope that every person from your past will meet you in your new consciousness. Some will, some may not. Bless them silently. Continue becoming. Your peace is not a group project. This does not mean becoming cold. It means becoming centered. It means you stop abandoning your inner guidance to maintain old roles. It means you allow people to have their responses while you remain true to your healing. It means you release the control of trying to manage how everyone perceives you. That too is surrender. I trust the universe to help me see the good in everything and in everyone. This affirmation asks for a softened vision, not a naive vision, not one that denies harm or erases discernment. It asks for the ability to see through bitterness into wisdom, to see that even difficult encounters can reveal where you need boundaries, where you need healing, where you need self-respect, where you need to stop looking for love in places that cannot offer it. Seeing the good does not mean calling everything good. It means trusting that good can still be drawn from experience. There are people who taught you through kindness and people who taught you through contrast. There are seasons that nourished you and seasons that showed you what you no longer wish to repeat. There are delays that strengthened patience, endings that returned you to yourself, disappointments that clarified your values, and quiet moments that reintroduced you to your own soul. When you begin to see this, resentment slowly loosens. Resentment is heavy. It keeps you tied to what hurt you. It replays the wound and asks you to keep drinking its bitterness. Forgiveness, when it comes naturally and honestly, is not approval. It is release. It is saying, I will not let this past event occupy my whole future. I will not keep my energy bound to a moment that life is inviting me to move beyond. I can learn. I can remember. I can set boundaries, and I can become free. If forgiveness feels too large today, begin with willingness. Say, I am willing to become willing. That is enough for now. You do not need to force forgiveness before the heart is ready. You can begin by releasing one layer of the story, one repetition of the grievance, one harsh thought toward yourself, one demand that the past become different. The past may not change, but your relationship with it can. And when your relationship with the past changes, your future opens. Sometimes what you most need to forgive is not another person, but yourself. Forgive yourself for not knowing. Forgive yourself for staying too long. Forgive yourself for leaving too quickly. Forgive yourself for trusting someone who could not honor that trust. Forgive yourself for doubting your intuition. Forgive yourself for being human. You did the best you could with the consciousness, support, and understanding available to you then. Now you know more. Now you can choose with more love. Life is here to support us. Let that truth enter slowly. You may have been trained to believe life is something to survive, something to battle, something to outsmart. And yes, life includes challenges. But life is also the breath entering you without being commanded. Life is the body repairing in countless unseen ways. Life is the friend who appears at the right moment. Life is the book, the word, the song, the silence, the sudden clarity. Life is the strength that rises in you after you thought none remained. Support does not always look like rescue. Sometimes support looks like a boundary you finally have the courage to set. Sometimes it looks like the loss of something that was draining your spirit. Sometimes it looks like a pause that forces you inward. Sometimes it looks like an uncomfortable truth that frees you from illusion. If support must always feel pleasant to be recognized, you may miss many of its forms. But if you become curious, you may discover that life has been helping you even through strange disguises. Ask yourself, where is support already present? Not where is everything perfect, but where is support? The chair beneath you, the breath in your lungs, the awareness that is listening now. The part of you that still hopes, the part of you that wants to heal, the small comforts, the lessons, the resources, the inner wisdom. Support may begin as a tiny point of light. Notice it, and the room of your awareness begins to brighten. The mind trained in lack scans for what is missing. The heart trained in trust learns to also notice what is present. Both may exist. You can have needs and still acknowledge support. You can desire more and still be grateful for what already holds you. Gratitude does not cancel longing. It steadies it. It says, while I wait for what is next, I will not ignore the gifts already here. When you feel unsupported, place your attention on the simplest truth. Life is breathing you. You are not making the sun rise. You are not instructing your cells. You are not controlling the movement of the earth. There is a vast intelligence already operating. You are part of it. You are not separate from the flow you are trying to trust. You are made of it. You live within it. You are carried by it in ways too ordinary and too miraculous to count. I choose to feel worthy and deserving. This affirmation is a choice to stop arguing against your own good. Worthiness may need to be chosen many times. Chosen when you receive a compliment and the old habit wants to dismiss it. Chosen when you rest and guilt tries to intrude. Chosen when an opportunity appears and fear says, "Who do you think you are?" Chosen when you ask for help. Chosen when you let yourself imagine a life with more peace. Deserving does not mean you are better than anyone. It means you are included in life's goodness. You are not outside the circle. You are not an exception to love. You do not need to make yourself smaller to be spiritual. You do not need to refuse good to prove humility. True humility says, "I am part of life, and life is good. I can receive. I can give. I can participate in the flow." If receiving feels uncomfortable, practice with small things. Receive a kind word without correcting it. Receive rest without apology. Receive help without immediately owing your whole life in return. Receive beauty by pausing to notice it. Receive your own breath. Receive the present moment. Receptivity is a muscle of the heart. It grows with practice. There is a quiet hunger in many hearts, the longing to be able to trust that what is meant for them will not require them to betray themselves. Let this be clear. What is truly for your highest good will not ask you to abandon your soul. It may ask you to grow, to become brave, to release old limitations, to forgive, to speak truth, to expand. But it will not require you to live in constant self-denial, panic, or unworthiness. Trust the difference. Your body often knows. Peace has a different texture than anxiety dressed as desire. When you chase from fear, the body tightens. When you move from alignment, even brave action has a steadier quality. It may still feel uncertain, but it does not feel like self-betrayal. Learning this difference is part of spiritual maturity. Divine timing is not only about when something arrives. It is also about the state from which you meet it. If you meet your good from panic, you may cling to it. If you meet it from worthiness, you can enjoy it, nurture it, and allow it to grow. So use the waiting season to become someone who can receive with an open hand, someone who can say yes without fear swallowing the joy, someone who can say no without guilt collapsing the heart, someone who can rest in good without scanning for its disappearance. This is the inner preparation that makes outer blessings feel safe. I move from poverty thinking to prosperity thinking, and my finances reflect this change. Let us hold this affirmation carefully and wisely. Prosperity thinking is not a guarantee of any specific outcome, and it is not a reason to ignore practical responsibility. It is a shift in consciousness from chronic fear into openness, creativity, gratitude, and self-worth. It is learning to think in terms of possibilities rather than permanent lack. It is asking, what is one wise step? What resource is available? What belief about receiving am I ready to heal? What skill, support, boundary, or idea is life inviting me to notice? Poverty thinking is not only about money. It can appear as emotional scarcity, spiritual scarcity, relational scarcity. It says there is not enough love, not enough time, not enough chance, not enough help, not enough good. Prosperity thinking says, I am willing to see more. I am willing to become available to good. I am willing to use what I have wisely while opening to new possibilities. I am willing to stop identifying with lack as though it were my name. Be gentle if lack has been part of your history. The nervous system may not shift overnight. Old fears may come from real experiences. Honor that. Then begin slowly to speak a new language. Instead of saying nothing ever works, say, I am open to finding a way. Instead of saying, I never have enough, say, I am learning to use and receive good wisely. Instead of saying, life is against me, say, I am willing to notice support. These shifts may seem small, but small thoughts repeated lovingly can become new inner climates. The universe does not need your panic in order to know your needs. Panic is not prayer. Panic is not proof of devotion. You can desire deeply without vibrating in desperation. You can ask sincerely and then return to your center. You can take practical steps and still let the soul breathe. The more you calm the inner atmosphere, the more clearly you can see what is yours to do. Urgency often narrows perception. Peace expands it. When the mind is frantic, it sees only threats. When the body softens, options become visible. A conversation you avoided may become possible. A creative idea may appear. A simple solution may be noticed. A boundary may become obvious. A rest may restore energy. This is why calmness is not laziness. Calmness is fertile ground for wisdom. I express gratitude for all the good in my life. Gratitude is one of the most beautiful ways to loosen the grip of fear. It does not require you to deny what is painful. It simply invites you not to let pain be the only voice in the room. Even in a difficult season, there may be a cup of tea, a patch of sunlight, a breath that comes easier than the last, a memory of kindness, a lesson learned, a moment of silence, a person who cares, a small sign that you are still here. Gratitude turns your attention toward life. What you appreciate, you become more able to receive. Appreciation trains the inner eye. It says, I am willing to notice good. I am willing to let good matter. I am willing to stop dismissing blessings because they are small. A grateful heart becomes a receptive heart. It is not constantly arguing with life. It is listening for goodness. Begin where you are. Do not force grand gratitude if the heart feels tender. Start with one thing that is honest. I am grateful for this breath. I am grateful for a moment of quiet. I am grateful that some part of me still wants to trust. I am grateful that I can begin again. These simple acknowledgments are not small in the inner world. They create a doorway. Gratitude also heals the illusion that nothing is happening. In waiting seasons, the mind may say, "My life is stuck," but gratitude reveals movement. You may see that you are softer than you were. You may notice that you react differently now. You may realize that certain old desires no longer fit. You may discover a new strength. You may begin to sense that life has been working within you while you thought nothing was happening outside you. My good comes from everywhere and everyone. Let these words widen the horizon. Do not imprison your good in one place. Do not decide that only one person, one path, one opportunity, one answer can bring what you need. Life is creative. Life is generous in form. Life can reach you through expected and unexpected channels. When you release the demand that good arrive in one narrow way, you become available to the many ways it may already be approaching. Perhaps encouragement comes from someone you barely know. Perhaps an idea arrives during a walk. Perhaps a closed door redirects you toward a better use of your gifts. Perhaps rest becomes the beginning of clarity. Perhaps the love you were seeking outside first appears as a deeper kindness toward yourself. Do not underestimate the indirect paths of grace. This does not mean you become careless with discernment. You do not need to say yes to everything. You do not need to call every invitation divine. True openness includes wisdom. You can stay receptive and still be grounded. You can welcome possibilities and still listen to your body. You can trust life and still make practical choices. Spiritual surrender and common sense are friends. When something is meant for you, there is often a quality of rightness that grows over time. It may ask for courage, but it does not require self-erasure. It may stretch you, but it does not shrink your spirit. It may surprise you, but it does not demand that you abandon your inner knowing true. It is not ignoring red flags. Trust is honoring life by honoring the wisdom within you. The law of attraction brings only good into my life. Hold this affirmation in a balanced way. Let it guide the heart toward expectancy, not superstition or blame. The deeper meaning is that as you cultivate love, gratitude, trust, and worthiness, you become more aligned with choices, relationships, and experiences that reflect those qualities. You begin to participate in life differently. You begin to notice differently. You begin to respond differently. Your inner state becomes a kind of invitation. What you consistently dwell upon shapes your emotional world. If you dwell only on fear, the world looks threatening. If you dwell on trust, not as denial but as practice, the world begins to reveal support. This is not about blaming people for hardship. It is about empowering the mind and heart to choose more life-giving patterns. You are not guilty for old thoughts. You are free to choose new ones. Let your inner conversation become a place where miracles can rest. Speak less harshly to yourself. Predict less doom. Make fewer agreements with fear. Say, I am learning. I am guided. I am open. I am willing. I am loved. I am safe in this moment. Words matter because they become the atmosphere you live inside. Make that atmosphere kinder. Now imagine your life as a room whose windows have been closed for a long time. Not because you wanted darkness, but because you were afraid of what might come in. Letting go is the slow opening of those windows. Fresh air enters. Light moves across the floor. You may notice dust that needs clearing. That is not failure. That is visibility. Healing often begins when light reveals what has been waiting to be loved. As the windows open, old beliefs may rise like dust in sunlight. I am not enough. It is too late. Good things do not happen for me. I must do everything alone. Do not be frightened when these thoughts appear. They are not proof that you are failing. They are old patterns becoming visible so they can be released. Bless them and choose again. I am enough in this moment. Life can bring good in ways I do not yet see. I am willing to receive support. I am not alone in life. All is well. These 3 words have comforted many hearts because they point to a peace deeper than appearances. All is well does not mean every detail is already as the personality prefers. It means that beneath the shifting details, there is a deeper wholeness, a deeper presence, a deeper love that remains. It means that even now, within the unfinished places, healing is possible. Guidance is possible. A new thought is possible. A softer breath is possible. When you say all is well, let it be a hand on the heart, not a denial of pain. Let it mean I can meet this moment. Let it mean I am held as I grow. Let it mean life is not over. Let it mean love is still here. Let it mean I do not have to understand everything in order to trust the next breath. My dear, the universe is not late because it does not follow the schedule of your fear. Life has its own tenderness. Life knows the unseen routes. Life knows the conversations being prepared, the inner shifts taking place, the lessons completing, the strength forming, the readiness blooming quietly beneath the surface. You may not see the movement, but that does not mean there is no movement. Much of life grows underground before it appears. Think of a seed in darkness. If it judged itself by what could be seen above the soil, it might believe nothing was happening. Yet beneath the surface, an entire transformation is underway. The shell softens. Roots search downward. Life gathers strength. Only later does the green shoot appear. Your own waiting seasons may be like this. Something in you is rooting. Something in you is preparing to rise. Do not dig up the seed every day to see whether it is growing. Do not disturb your peace by demanding constant proof. Water the inner garden with trust. Give it light through gratitude. Give it space through rest. Give it nourishment through kind words. Let time do what only time can do. There is a kind of faith that does not shout. It is quiet, steady, ordinary. It makes breakfast. It answers the next necessary call. It rests when tired. It blesses the closed door and walks on. It does not need to convince everyone. It simply continues. This quiet faith is powerful. It is not dramatic, but it changes lives. You may be learning to live from that kind of faith now. Not a faith that denies your humanity, but a faith that holds your humanity lovingly. A faith that says, I can cry and still trust. I can feel uncertain and still be guided. I can want something and still release it. I can wait and still live. I can let go and still care. I can be soft and still strong. Letting go does not require you to erase desire. Desire can be sacred when it comes from the soul. Letting go means releasing the panic, the obsession, the self-abandonment, the belief that your happiness is impossible unless the desire arrives in one exact form. You can bless a desire and place it in the hands of life. You can say, if this is aligned with my highest good, let it come in the right way. If there is something better, help me recognize it. If I need to grow first, guide me gently. If I need to release it, help me do so with grace. This prayer, spoken in your own way, opens space. It tells life you are willing to collaborate. It allows wisdom to enter. It softens the mind that insists it knows every answer. And often, when the grip loosens, peace returns before the outer situation has changed. That peace is not a small gift. It is the foundation from which all wiser action can come. Perhaps someone listening has been waiting for love. If that is you, let your heart be comforted. Do not use the waiting as proof that you are unlovable. Use it as an invitation to love yourself more deeply now. Let your own affection become a home. Let your own approval become steady. Let your standards be guided by self-respect, not fear. Love that is aligned with your soul will not require you to hate yourself in order to keep it. While you wait, become the kind of presence you hope to receive. Honest, kind, grounded, open, respectful, whole. Perhaps someone has been waiting for clarity. If that is you, stop demanding that clarity arrive while the mind is crowded with fear. Give yourself quiet. Give yourself space. Write down what is true. Notice what brings peace. not temporary excitement only, but deeper peace. Notice what drains your spirit. Notice what your body has been telling you. Clarity often comes when you stop asking the world to shout over your anxiety and instead create silence within. Perhaps someone has been waiting for opportunity. If that is you, remember that opportunity often meets preparation. Use this season not to punish yourself, but to align. Strengthen your gifts. Speak kindly about your future. Take practical steps. Ask for guidance. Be willing to begin small. The right door may open through a simple act of courage. Trust does not remove action. It purifies action of panic. Perhaps someone has been waiting for healing in the heart. If that is you, be very gentle. The heart heals in layers. Some days you may feel free, and another memory may rise. This does not mean you are back at the beginning. It means another layer is ready for love. Let tears come if they come. Let rest be enough when it is enough. Let forgiveness unfold in its own season. Keep choosing thoughts that support life. Keep placing your hand over your heart and saying, I am here. I will not abandon you. The more you stop abandoning yourself, the less desperate the outer world feels. You become your own safe place. You still welcome companionship, blessings, answers, and opportunities, but you do not collapse without them. This inner steadiness is magnetic in the deepest sense. It changes how you walk into rooms. It changes what you accept. It changes what you chase. It changes what you notice. It changes the way you meet life. Let us return again to the heart of the teaching. Let go and trust the universe. Let go of the belief that worry protects you. Let go of the habit of rehearsing what you do not want. Let go of the old identity that says you must suffer to be worthy. Let go of the timeline that keeps hurting you. Let go of the need to know every how. Let go of the fear that if you relax, life will forget you. And as you let go, trust. Trust your breath. Trust the next step. True is that guidance can come. Trust that support can appear. Trust that your own heart can become a clearer instrument of wisdom. You may ask, how do I know when I have truly let go? Perhaps you do not feel empty. Perhaps you feel lighter. You still care, but you are not consumed. You still have preferences, but you are not at war with reality. You still take steps, but you do not drag your soul behind you. You can think of the situation without losing yourself. You can bless the outcome without demanding it. You can return to the present. You can sleep. You can smile at small things again. This is letting go beginning to bloom. And if you are not there yet, bless the beginning. Bless the part of you that wants to be there. Bless even the resistance, because resistance is often a frightened part asking for love. You do not heal resistance by attacking it. You heal it by listening, comforting, and gently choosing again. There is no need to rush this. You are not being graded by the universe. Life is not standing over you with a clipboard marking your spiritual mistakes. Life is inviting you again and again into greater love. Every day offers chances, a chance to soften, a chance to breathe, a chance to release one thought that hurts, a chance to receive one moment of beauty, a chance to trust timing for one more step. When you wake in the morning, before the mind begins listing concerns, place one loving thought at the doorway of the day. It might be, I trust life. It might be, I am guided today. It might be, I am willing to receive good. It might be, all is well in this moment. Let the first thought become a seed. The day may still bring tasks, but you will have planted peace at the beginning. When you move through the afternoon and old urgency rises, pause. Ask, am I acting from fear or from wisdom? If fear is driving, soften. Return to the body. Take the next step from a calmer place. You may still do the same practical thing, but the energy beneath it will change. Energy matters. The soul feels the difference between frantic doing and aligned doing. When evening comes, release the day. Do not carry every conversation into bed. Do not punish yourself with replay after replay. Review gently. Learn what needs learning. Bless what was good. Forgive what was human. Place tomorrow in the hands of life. Let sleep become an act of trust. You do not need to solve the entire world before closing your eyes. This is how a life of surrender is built, not by one grand moment, but by many small returns. Return to breath. Return to kindness, return to worthiness, return to trust, return to the present, return to the quiet conviction that life is not merely happening to you, but also moving through you, teaching you, guiding you, shaping you into someone more loving and free. Dear, you have carried so much. Let that be honored. You have tried to make things work. Let that be honored. You have survived uncertainty, loss, confusion, longing, and change. Let that be honored. And now, perhaps, you are ready to carry differently. Not less responsibly, but less fearfully. Not less lovingly, but less self-abandoningly. Not less consciously, but less tensely. Let life carry some of what you have been holding. Let timing do some of what you cannot do. Let other people have their own journeys. Let closed doors remain closed if they must. Let open doors be recognized when they appear. Let yourself receive without immediately questioning whether you deserve it. Let your good come in new forms. Let your heart be surprised by peace. There is a beautiful humility in saying, I do not know the whole plan, and I do not need to know it today. I am willing to be guided. I am willing to be shown. I am willing to take the next step and leave the next 10 steps to life until they are revealed. This humility is not small, it is expansive. It gives the universe room. Control can make life feel very narrow. Trust widens it. Control sees only one acceptable outcome. Trust sees that good can wear many faces. Control tightens time. Trust allows seasons. Control exhausts the body. Trust restores the nervous system. Control argues with reality. Trust listens for guidance within reality. Control says, I alone must make this happen. Trust says, I participate with life. Participate with life. That is a lovely phrase to carry. You are not here to dominate life, and you are not here to disappear from it. You are here to participate, to bring your love, your attention, your choices, your creativity, your willingness, and then to allow the larger movement to meet you. This is the dance. Step and listen, act and release, ask and open, receive and give thanks, rest and begin again. The universe does not ask you to become someone else before you are loved. It invites you to become more truly yourself, the self beneath fear, the self beneath pressure, the self beneath old programming, the self that remembers life as friend rather than enemy, the self that can stand in uncertainty with a hand on the heart and say, I am here. I am safe enough for this moment. I am learning to trust. Let your relationship with life become more intimate. Speak to life with affection. Thank life for small things. Ask life to guide you. Notice how life responds through moments, people, insights, changes, silence. Not every response will be immediate. Not every response will be dramatic. But as you practice listening, you may begin to sense a conversation that has been happening all along. You may notice that a certain path feels heavy every time you imagine it. You may notice that a certain simple step keeps returning to mind. You may notice that when you stop forcing, an unexpected option appears. You may notice that after releasing one attachment, your energy returns. These are not always coincidences. Sometimes they are the language of alignment. Alignment feels like inner honesty. It may not always feel easy, but it feels clean. It does not require endless self-persuasion. It does not need to be fueled by panic. It carries a quiet yes or a quiet no or a quiet not yet. Trust those quiet messages. The more you honor them, the clearer they become. And if you make a choice that does not lead where you hoped, do not condemn yourself. Life can use everything. Nothing is wasted in a consciousness willing to learn. A wrong turn can teach discernment. A disappointment can teach self-worth. A delay can teach patience. A loss can teach what truly matters. A mistake can become a doorway to compassion. You are not required to live perfectly. You are invited to live awake. Awake does not mean tense. Awake means present. Awake means noticing the thoughts you plant. Awake means hearing how you speak to yourself. Awake means recognizing when control has taken over and gently returning to trust. Awake means honoring both practical reality and spiritual truth. Awake means choosing love more often than before. Let us speak to the fearful mind now with tenderness. Dear mind, thank you for trying to protect me. Thank you for planning, watching, remembering, and warning. You have worked very hard, but you do not have to do this alone anymore. You may rest in the heart. You may listen to wisdom. You may allow life to help. We are learning a new way. We are safe enough to soften. And let us speak to the heart. Dear heart, you have loved through so much. You have opened, closed, broken, mended, waited, hoped, and tried again. You do not need to prove your worth through longing. You do not need to hold pain as a badge of devotion. You may open gently. You may receive slowly. You may trust your own rhythm. Life is not asking you to rush. And let us speak to the body. Dear body, thank you for carrying me. Thank you for sending signals when I need rest, nourishment, movement, quiet, care. I will listen more kindly. I will not use you as a battlefield for my fears. I will let peace be welcome here. I will speak words that soothe rather than words that frighten. We are learning safety together. And let us speak to life. Dear life, I am willing to trust you more. I release the need to understand every turn before I take the next step. Help me recognize support. Help me see the good available now. Help me release what is no longer mine. Help me receive what is aligned with love. Guide me gently. Teach me patience. Teach me openness. Teach me peace. These inner conversations are powerful because they shift you from resistance to relationship. You are no longer fighting yourself. You are no longer fighting life. You are building trust from the inside out. Remember, divine timing is not separate from your daily choices. It is not only some faraway cosmic schedule. It is also the timing of your breath, your readiness, your nervous system, your willingness, your self-love. The right thing at the wrong inner moment may not be able to bless you fully. So honor the preparation. Become the person who can hold peace. Become the person who can receive kindness. Become the person who can stay open without losing boundaries. Become the person who can allow good without sabotaging it through fear. This becoming is sacred. Do not rush it. You are not late to your own life. Every honest moment has been part of the path. Even the years you call wasted may have been gathering wisdom, compassion, clarity, and depth. The soul does not measure time the way fear does. The soul can use everything. The soul can bloom after long winters. The soul can begin again at any age, in any season, after any disappointment. Let that give you hope. Not loud hope, gentle hope. The kind of hope that sits beside you quietly and says, there is still good ahead. The kind of hope that does not demand proof before it breathes. The kind of hope that grows from the knowledge that you have changed before and you can change again. If you feel tired, rest. Rest is not a failure of faith. Rest can be an expression of faith. It says, I do not have to keep my whole life running through tension. I can pause and still be supported. I can sleep and still be loved. I can step back and let clarity return. Sometimes the most spiritual thing you can do is stop pushing your exhausted self and allow renewal. In rest, the heart becomes more honest. In rest, the body releases what the mind has been holding. In rest, guidance can rise without being drowned by noise. Let rest be part of your trust. Let stillness be part of your practice. Let doing less sometimes be the doorway to hearing more. There is a world that praises constant effort, and effort has its place. But effort without trust becomes strain. Ambition without self-love becomes hunger. Planning without surrender becomes anxiety. Giving without receiving becomes depletion. Spiritual maturity brings balance. You act and you allow. You give and you receive. You plan and you remain flexible. You desire and you trust. You love others and you include yourself in that love. Include yourself. That is essential. Do not trust the universe while abandoning the child within you. Do not speak of divine timing while treating your own heart harshly. Do not affirm good while secretly believing you are unworthy of it. Bring yourself into the circle of love. Place yourself gently among those you pray for. May I be safe. May I be guided. May I receive what I need. May I trust the timing of my life. May I know I am loved. The more you include yourself, the more natural surrender becomes. Why? Because you are no longer using the outcome to prove you matter. You already matter. You are no longer using another person's response to determine whether you are lovable. You are already practicing love. You are no longer using the future to escape yourself. You are meeting yourself now. From that place, letting go is less terrifying. Letting go also means letting joy return before everything is perfect. Some people postpone joy until the outcome arrives. They say, I will be happy when the answer comes, when the person changes, when the money appears, when the door opens, when the body feels different, when the timing is clear. But joy is a medicine for the journey, not only a reward at the destination. Let small joy visit you now. Let beauty matter now. Let laughter be allowed now. Let a peaceful cup of tea, a bird outside the window, a kind message, a soft blanket, a favorite song remind you that life is still giving. This is not avoidance, it is nourishment. A nourished heart waits differently. A nourished heart chooses differently. A nourished heart has more strength for the unknown. Do not starve yourself emotionally while waiting for one particular feast. Let life feed you in many small ways today. You may discover that as you stop gripping one thing, you receive many things. Not always the exact thing the mind demanded, but peace, insight, friendship, self-respect, clarity, courage, creativity, rest, gratitude. These are not lesser blessings. They may be the very foundations needed for what comes next. If the universe seems quiet, do not assume it is absent. Quiet can be a womb. Quiet can be a chapel. Quiet can be a season of integration. We often want constant signs because we are afraid of silence. But silence has its own love. It asks you to listen inward. It asks you to stop outsourcing every answer. It asks you to build a relationship with the still place inside you where guidance can be felt. In that still place you may hear, stop forcing. You may hear, wait. You may hear, take this small step. You may hear, forgive yourself. You may hear, this is not yours. You may hear, receive. You may hear, rest. The voice of wisdom is rarely cruel. It may be firm, but it is not abusive. It may challenge you, but it does not shame you. Learn to distinguish wisdom from fear by the energy it carries. Fear often rushes, threatens, and contracts. Wisdom steadies, clarifies, and opens. Fear says, decide now or everything is lost. Wisdom says, breathe and then choose from truth. Fear says, you are nothing without this. Wisdom says your worth remains. Fear says, control them. Wisdom says, honor yourself. Fear says, nothing good can come. Wisdom says, good may come in forms you do not yet see. As you practice, your inner life becomes more trustworthy. You stop being dragged by every thought. You become the loving observer. You can see worry without becoming worry. You can notice desire without becoming desperate. You can feel sadness without making it your identity. This spaciousness is a great freedom. The heart that trusts divine timing is not numb. It is alive, but not enslaved. It feels, but it does not drown. It hopes, but it does not chase. It acts, but it does not attack. It waits, but it does not wither. It receives, but it does not cling. This is the state we are gently cultivating. My dear, think of how different life feels when you stop making everything an emergency. Not every unanswered question is an emergency. Not every delay is an emergency. Not every emotion is an emergency. Not every uncertainty is an emergency. You can create space around experience. You can say, "This is unfolding. I am listening. I am supported. I will know more when it is time to know more." This does not mean ignoring urgent practical matters. It means no longer turning every inner fear into a crisis. Many things can be met calmly. Many decisions can be made from groundedness. Many conversations can wait until the heart is less inflamed. Many problems become smaller after rest. Trust gives time back to you. When impatience rises, ask it what it needs. Often impatience needs reassurance. It says, "I am afraid my good will not come." It says, "I am afraid I will miss my chance." It says, "I am afraid others are moving ahead without me." Answer it with love. My dear impatience, I hear you. We are not forgotten. We can take the next step today. We can trust the rest to timing. We can bless others without abandoning ourselves. We can be here now. When jealousy rises, ask it what it reveals. Often, jealousy points toward a desire you have judged or denied. Instead of shaming yourself, say, "This shows me something I value." May I honor that desire in a healthy way. May I believe there is room for my good too. May I celebrate another person's blessing as proof that good exists, not proof that I am excluded. When disappointment rises, give it tenderness. Disappointment means the heart hoped. Do not mock the heart for hoping. Let it grieve. Then, when it is ready, help it open again. A heart that never hopes may avoid disappointment, but it also avoids the fullness of life. Let your heart become resilient rather than closed. When fear of missing out rises, return to the truth of your path. You cannot live every life. You cannot take every road. You cannot become every possibility. You can only live the one that is yours. Bless the roads not taken. Bless the versions of Vela. If that did not unfold, bless them and return to the life breathing through you now. This is where your power is. The point of power is always in the present moment. Let this teaching root deeply, not as pressure, but as liberation. If the present moment is your point of power, then you do not have to travel back and repair every yesterday before you begin. You do not have to leap forward and control every tomorrow before you breathe. You can begin here. You can choose one thought here. You can soften one muscle here. You can release one old story here. You can speak one blessing here. The present moment may be humble. It may not look mystical. It may be you sitting in a room, listening, breathing, feeling tired, feeling hopeful, feeling uncertain. And yet this is sacred ground because choice lives here. Awareness lives here. Love can enter here. Guidance can be received here. Do not underestimate the ordinary moment. It is the doorway through which transformation enters. Let this moment be enough for a moment, not forever. Just now. You do not need to solve the entire path while listening to these words. Let this breath be enough. Let the chair or bed beneath you be enough. Let the fact that you are willing be enough. Let enoughness become a feeling in the body. Enoughness heals the chase. When you feel enough, you can desire without desperation. You can work without self-punishment. You can love without begging. You can wait without shrinking. You can receive without suspicion. Enoughness is not stagnation. It is fertile ground. From enoughness, growth becomes joyful rather than frantic. Say inwardly, I am enough for this moment. I have enough breath for this moment. I have enough light for this step. I do not need to see the whole road to be guided now. Let these words settle. They are not meant to impress the mind. They are meant to comfort the nervous system, to remind the body that it can stop living as though danger is everywhere. If control has been your way of surviving, you may need to practice safety in the body. Spiritual ideas become more powerful when the body feels included. So soften the belly. Let the tongue rest. Uncurl the hands. Allow the exhale to lengthen. Feel where you are supported physically. The body learns trust through repeated experiences of not being rushed or attacked. Give your body that kindness. Your body may have held your fear for years. Thank it. Do not criticize it for tension. Tension was an attempt to protect you. Now you can teach it a new experience. You can say, we do not have to brace so hard. We can let the floor hold us. We can let the breath move. We can let the heart soften a little. We can be here. Trust is not only a thought, it is a felt sense cultivated over time. It is the body learning that relaxation does not equal danger. It is the mind learning that not knowing does not equal doom. It is the heart learning that openness does not equal abandonment. Be patient with this learning. You are re-educating yourself in love. There is a tenderness in divine timing because it honors the whole of you. It does not just bring the thing, it prepares the receiver. It shapes the capacity. It reveals the resistance. It matures the desire. It strengthens the roots. When you understand this, you may stop asking only, when will it come? And begin asking, how may I become more open, peaceful, and aligned while it comes? This question changes the waiting. It gives the waiting purpose without making it punishment. You can use the waiting to simplify your life, to forgive, to practice gratitude, to learn, to rest, to strengthen self-worth, to release old attachments, to become intimate with your own soul. Then, whether the original desire arrives or transforms into something else, you have not wasted the season. You have become more free. Freedom is the deeper blessing. Not getting everything exactly as planned, but becoming free within yourself. Free from needing to control every outcome. Free from making your worth dependent on another person. Free from assuming delays mean denial. Free from living as though life is an enemy. Free to love, receive, act, rest, wait, and begin again. My dear, You are allowed to be free. You are allowed to release the old contract with struggle. You are allowed to stop believing that worry proves you care. You are allowed to stop confusing exhaustion with devotion. You are allowed to trust that calm can be productive, that peace can be wise, that softness can be strong. The mind may ask, but what if I let go and nothing happens? Let us answer lovingly. If you let go, something already happens. You become less imprisoned by fear. Your breath deepens. Your body receives rest. Your intuition becomes clearer. Your present moment becomes more livable. These are real changes. And from that clearer state, you are more able to recognize and participate in outer change. Letting go is never nothing. It is an inner event with outer consequences. You may stop chasing what does not honor you. You may stop feeding a story that drains you. You may stop making choices from panic. You may become available to relationships and opportunities that could not enter while your hands were full of old attachments. The release itself is movement. If life brings the thing you wanted, receive it with gratitude. If life brings something different, stay curious. If life brings a pause, rest and listen. If life closes a door, grieve if needed and ask to be shown the next right path. If life asks you to grow, grow gently. In every case, let love be your companion. No outcome is worth losing yourself. No timeline is worth living in constant self-attack. No desire is worth abandoning your peace entirely. Your soul is precious. Treat it as precious. Speak to yourself as someone worth protecting. Choose thoughts that support your life, rather than thoughts that keep you in punishment. There is a simple practice you can carry. Whenever you notice yourself gripping, say, I loosen. Whenever you notice yourself chasing, say, I return. Whenever you notice yourself fearing, say, I trust life. Whenever you notice yourself despairing, say, good can still come. Whenever you notice yourself criticizing, say, I choose love. These small phrases become lanterns along the path. Over time, you may find that the same situation no longer controls you as it once did. You may think of it and feel space. You may encounter uncertainty and still remain present. You may wait and still live fully. This is a sign of growth. Celebrate it quietly. The soul loves to be encouraged. Encouragement is different from pressure. Pressure says, you must be better by now. Encouragement says, look how far you have come. Pressure says, hurry. Encouragement says, keep going gently. Pressure says, if you fail, you are unworthy. Encouragement says, every return to love matters. Be an encourager to yourself. The world has enough harsh voices. Let your inner voice become a place of refuge. You can say, I am proud of myself for learning. I am proud of myself for noticing. I am proud of myself for pausing. I am proud of myself for wanting peace. I am proud of myself for trying again. These words may feel unfamiliar, but they are nourishing. Self-approval is not arrogance. It is care. As you trust more, your life may become simpler. You may no longer feel called to explain every choice. You may no longer need to chase every person. You may no longer entertain every fearful thought. You may no longer fill every silence. Simplicity is a sign that the soul is finding its center. Let it be simple. Let trust be simple. Let today be simple. What belongs to your soul does not require you to live in constant panic. Let that sentence rest in you. The right path may challenge you, but it will not require endless self-betrayal. The right love may stretch you, but it will not ask you to disappear. The right opportunity may require effort, but it will not demand that you hate yourself into success. The right timing may ask for patience, but it will not declare you unworthy while you wait. Be discerning. Surrender is not staying where your spirit is being harmed because you call it destiny. Trust is not ignoring your own wisdom. Letting go may sometimes mean leaving. It may mean speaking truth. It may mean accepting reality. It may mean releasing a fantasy. It may mean stopping the pursuit of what repeatedly wounds you. The universe can support you through endings as well as beginnings. Every ending is not a failure. Some endings are completions. Some endings are protection. Some endings are invitations into a wider life. The mind may mourn the form. The soul may quietly recognize the freedom. Give yourself time. Do not rush your grief, but do not build a permanent home in what has ended. Let the ending teach you, soften you, and eventually return you to the open road. When you are tempted to look back and wonder whether you ruined your chance, remember that life is larger than one chance. The fearful mind says that was it, and now it is over. The trusting heart says life is creative. New forms of good can come. New timing can open. New versions of joy can be born. You are not trapped forever in one missed moment. You are alive now. That means possibility is alive now. Perhaps not every possibility and not every past possibility, but living possibility. The present moment contains seeds you cannot yet see. Bless them. Tend them. Do not curse the soil because the flower is still hidden. Let the words "all is well" become a soft ground beneath you. All is well enough for me to breathe. All is well enough for me to release one fear. All is well enough for me to trust the next step. All is well enough for me to stop punishing myself. All is well enough for me to rest tonight. This is not denial. It is a return to inner order. Inner order is precious. The world may be noisy. Other people may be unpredictable. timelines may shift, but you can cultivate an inner order rooted in love. A morning thought of trust, a pause before reaction, a grateful noticing, a kind correction, an evening release. These practices become the architecture of peace. Do not wait until you feel spiritual to practice. Practice when you feel ordinary. Practice when you feel irritated. Practice when you feel afraid. Practice when trust feels far away. The practice is what builds the feeling. You do not wait for the garden to appear before planting seeds. You plant seeds because you trust a garden can come. The relevant question is not, do I trust perfectly? The question is, can I trust 1% more in this moment? Can I soften one part of my body? Can I release one repetition of the old story? Can I choose one kinder thought? Can I take one aligned step? Can I let one unanswered question remain unanswered for tonight? This is how trust grows. My dear, there is a blessing in not knowing everything. If you knew the whole road at once, you might become overwhelmed. Life, in its mercy, often gives only the next portion, the next breath, the next step, the next conversation, the next inner lesson. Trust the portion you are given. More can be revealed as you move. A lantern does not light the whole forest. It lights enough for the next steps, and that is enough. You do not condemn the lantern for not being the sun. You thank it and walk. Guidance often works like that. It may not illuminate the entire future. It gives enough light for now. If your next step is unclear, your next practice may be peace. Do not underestimate that. Sometimes the first guidance is to calm the system so later guidance can be heard. If everything feels tangled, return to basics. Breathe. Eat simply. Rest. Clear a little space. Write what you feel. Speak kindly. Ask for help if appropriate. Let the nervous system come down from emergency. Clarity often follows care. There is deep wisdom in care. Care says, I matter now, not only when the outcome comes. Care says, my body is part of my spiritual path. Care says, my daily environment shapes my mind. Care says, my words are seeds. Care says, I will treat this waiting season as a place of preparation, not punishment. If you are waiting for what you need, ask yourself what you can give yourself now. Do you need reassurance? Offer it. Do you need rest? Allow it. Do you need honesty? Write it. Do you need comfort? Create it. Do you need support? Seek it wisely. Do you need boundaries? Practice them. The universe can bring help, and you can also become an instrument of help to yourself. This is not contradiction, it is partnership. Life supports you through your own loving choices too. Do not overlook the divine moving through your willingness to care for yourself. The kind thought you choose is grace. The boundary you set is grace. The rest you allow is grace. The courage to release is grace. Let us imagine the burden you have carried as a bundle you have held against your chest for a long time. Inside it are old expectations, fears, deadlines, imagined judgments, stories about being late, stories about being unworthy, stories about having to force life. You do not need to throw it away violently. Simply set it down beside you for a moment. See what it feels like to sit without holding it. You can pick up only what is truly yours later. Much of it may not need to be carried anymore. What is truly yours, your thoughts, your words, your choices, your willingness, your integrity, your self-care, your next step, your ability to return to love. What is not fully yours? Other people's timing, other people's readiness, the entire future, the past, the exact path by which every blessing must arrive, the hidden workings of life. Release what is not yours. Honor what is. This distinction brings peace. Many people feel exhausted because they are trying to carry both their own responsibilities and the universe's responsibilities. Let the universe be the universe. Let timing be timing. Let other souls be other souls. You be present, loving, honest, willing, and awake. That is enough. And when you forge, to begin again. Forgetting is part of being human. You may trust in the morning and worry by afternoon. Begin again. You may release something today and pick it back up tomorrow. Begin again. You may speak kindly for a while and then hear the old critic return. Begin again. Love does not withdraw because you needed another beginning. Life is generous with beginnings. Every breath is a beginning. Every pause is a beginning. Every moment of awareness is a beginning. You do not need to wait for a perfect Monday, a new month, a new year, or a dramatic sign. Begin in the middle of the mess. Begin with the feeling you have. Begin with the doubt present. Begin with one loving sentence. This is how real healing happens. My dear, perhaps what you have called delay is actually life bringing you back to yourself before it brings you the next thing. Perhaps the waiting has been asking, can you love yourself here? Can you trust here? Can you stop abandoning your peace here? Can you become whole here? Because if you can become more whole here, you will meet what comes next differently. Wholeness does not mean you have no desires. It means desires arise within a larger sense of self. You are not reduced to wanting. You are not defined by waiting. You are not emptied by uncertainty. You are a living presence, loved by life, capable of joy, capable of growth, capable of peace now. Let that be the quiet revelation in the center of your heart. You can be at peace before the answer. Not every moment, perhaps not perfectly, but truly. You can find islands of peace. You can build them into a home. You can let peace become less dependent on the outer world obeying your schedule. This is freedom. From that freedom, divine timing feels less like an enemy and more like a companion. You may still prefer things to happen sooner. That is human. But you no longer interpret every pause as rejection. You no longer use time as a weapon against yourself. You no longer say, because it has not happened yet, I am unloved. Instead, you say, life is still moving. I am still growing. Good can still come. I am willing to be guided. Guidance may lead you to wait, and guidance may lead you to act. Trust includes both. There are times to be still and times to move. Times to surrender inwardly and times to take a practical step. The difference is that action born from trust does not feel like violence against yourself. It feels honest. It may be brave, but it is not frantic. If you are unsure, ask for the next peaceful action. Not the action that guarantees everything, not the action that controls everyone. The next peaceful action. Perhaps it is to make a list, perhaps to send an application, perhaps to apologize, perhaps to stop contacting someone for a while, perhaps to clean one corner, perhaps to pray, perhaps to sleep. The next peaceful action will often be simple and available. Then do it and release the rest. This rhythm, step, release, listen, step, is a beautiful way to live. It keeps you engaged without becoming consumed. It honors both human responsibility and spiritual trust. It allows life to breathe with you. My dear, you do not have to earn the universe's support by being anxious enough. Let that old belief go. The universe is not impressed by your suffering. Life responds to alignment, openness, truth, and love far more beautifully than to panic. Let your prayer be calm when you can. Let your desire be honest. Let your actions be grounded. Let your heart be receptive. When you speak affirmations, speak them as invitations to consciousness, not as demands made from fear. I trust life. I am willing to receive good. I choose to feel worthy and deserving. I express gratitude for all the good in my life. I am in the process of positive changes. Let the words reshape your inner atmosphere gradually. Let repetition be gentle. Let the body learn. Affirmations are not magic words used to control life. They are loving statements used to align the mind with truth. They help you stop feeding the thoughts that hurt you. They help you become more available to wisdom. They help you remember what fear forgets. Use them kindly. Use them consistently. Do not use them to shame yourself for having feelings. If an affirmation feels too far away, soften it. If I trust life feels difficult, say, I am willing to learn to trust life. If I love and approve of myself feels impossible, say, I am willing to treat myself with more kindness today. If all is well feels too large, say, I am safe enough in this moment to take one breath. Let the words meet you where you are. This is compassion. Compassion is the bridge between where you are and where you are going. Without compassion, spiritual practice becomes another form of control. With compassion, every practice becomes healing. Be compassionate with your pace. Be compassionate with your doubt. Be compassionate with the part of you that wants proof. Be compassionate with the part of you that still grieves. Compassion does not slow healing. It makes healing possible. As you soften, you may find that life feels less like a test and more like a relationship. You may start asking, not, how do I force this? But how do I cooperate with love here? How do I cooperate with truth? How do I cooperate with timing? How do I cooperate with my own well-being? These questions create wisdom. Cooperation may mean accepting that something is not ready. It may mean tending what is ready. It may mean releasing what has ended. It may mean receiving what is offered. It may mean letting someone be who they are instead of insisting they become who you imagined. It may mean letting yourself become who you truly are instead of who fear taught you to be. There is a sacred dignity in releasing what is not aligned. You do not have to hate it. You do not have to dramatize it. You can simply say, thank you for what you taught me. I return this to life. I open to what is true now. This dignity protects your energy. It allows endings to become clean. Clean endings create space. Space can feel empty at first. Do not rush to fill it with the familiar. Sit in the space. Breathe there. Let the heart settle. The empty place may become a receiving place. The room left by release may be the room needed for peace. Sometimes people fear emptiness because they think it means nothing is coming. But emptiness can be fertile. A cleared field is not a failure. It is prepared ground. A quiet room is not abandonment. It is readiness. An open hand is not poverty. It is availability. Let the space be blessed. In the space, you may meet yourself more clearly. You may notice what you truly want when you are not chasing what others told you to want. You may hear your own needs when you are not drowning them in overgiving. You may discover that some desires were fear-based while others remain luminous and true. Space reveals. Do not be afraid of revelation. It may change your plans, but it brings you closer to your soul. The universe can only guide the person you are willing to be honestly. If you pretend to want what you no longer want, or pretend to be at peace with what drains you, guidance becomes harder to hear. Honesty is spiritual cleanliness. Be honest gently. I am tired. I need rest. I am afraid. I want love. I am ready to release this. I do not know yet. I need help. I am grateful. I am changing. These honest sentences are powerful. They open the heart. They invite real support. They clear the fog of pretending. You do not have to be endlessly positive to trust life. You need to be lovingly honest and willing to choose thoughts that support healing. Forced positivity can become another mask. True trust includes tears, questions, and quiet courage. It does not demand that you smile through pain. It invites you to hold pain in a larger love. If you are in pain, speak tenderly to yourself. This is hard, and I am here. I do not have the answer yet, and I am willing to be guided. I feel afraid, and I can still breathe. I feel disappointed, and good can still come. I feel alone, and support may be nearer than I can see. These are truthful, compassionate statements. They do not deny, they uplift. The universe meets you in truth. Bring your real heart. Bring the doubt, the longing, the hope, the tiredness. Place it all in the field of love. Nothing human is excluded from healing. You do not have to polish yourself before life can and help you. You can come as you are. As you come as you are, notice that something in you is already whole. Beneath the changing moods, there is awareness. Beneath the fears, there is a longing for love. Beneath the striving, there is a desire to rest in truth. Beneath the wounds, there is still a light that was never destroyed. Trust that light. It may seem small, but it is faithful. Let that light guide the next season. Not the loud voice of urgency, not the old programming of lack, not the pressure to keep up with someone else's path. Let the quiet light within guide you. It may ask you to simplify. It may ask you to take one brave step. It may ask you to forgive. It may ask you to stop waiting for permission. It may ask you to rest. Whatever it asks, it will carry the fragrance of love. You are learning to recognize that fragrance. Love feels spacious even when firm. Fear feels constricting even when persuasive. Love honors your worth. Fear bargains with it. Love allows timing. Fear attacks time. Love encourages action. Fear demands control. The more you practice, the clearer the difference becomes. My dear, what if the thing you need most right now is not the immediate outcome, but the return of trust within you? What if divine timing is bringing you not only external good, but also an inner transformation that lets you live differently? What if the deeper gift is becoming someone who can be peaceful, receptive, and loving even in the unknown? This does not make your desires wrong. It gives them a more sacred context. Your desires may be part of the path, but your consciousness is the path as well. The universe is not only delivering things to you, it is awakening something within you. It is teaching you your own power, your own worth, your own capacity to live from love instead of fear. And as you awaken, you may become grateful for timing you once resented. Not always immediately, perhaps only later. You may look back and see that the pause protected you, matured you, redirected you, or allowed something better to form. You may see that if the thing had come earlier, you would have met it from fear. You may see that while you waited, you became more yourself. Until that hindsight comes, practice trust. Practice not condemning the chapter you are in. Practice saying, I do not yet see the full meaning, but I am willing to be supported here. Practice opening to small good. Practice letting yourself be loved by life in ordinary ways. Ordinary love is everywhere when the heart is willing to notice. The warmth of water, the steadiness of earth, the light on a wall, the comfort of a breath, the kindness in a stranger's eyes, the quiet courage that brought you through another day. These are not substitutes for your deeper longings. They are reminders that life is still in relationship with you now. Let now become holy again. The future may bring beautiful things, but do not abandon now as though it has no value. Now is where you build the consciousness that receives the future. Now is where you speak the words. Now is where you soften the grip. Now is where you notice support. Now is where you choose love. There is a phrase you can carry into any uncertainty. Life knows how. Life knows how seeds grow. Life knows how wounds close. Life knows how seasons turn. Life knows how breath returns. Life knows how paths cross. Life knows how old patterns become visible and new patterns begin. You do not have to know how everything will be solved in order to allow the possibility that life knows how. This does not remove your role. It calms your role. You do not need to be the entire intelligence of the universe. You need to be a willing participant. Listen, choose, act when guided, rest when needed. Release what is not yours. Speak kindly. Receive support. Trust timing. Begin again. If someone asked, what does letting go feel like? Perhaps you could say, it feels like unclenching around my own heart. It feels like returning from the future to the present. It feels like putting down a heavy bag and realizing I was allowed to rest. It feels like wanting something, but no longer sacrificing my peace to fear. It feels like trusting that life can bring what I need or something wiser in the right way. And what does divine timing feel like? It may feel slow to the mind, but wise to the soul. It may feel like space. It may feel like preparation. It may feel like the rhythm of something forming beneath visibility. It may feel like learning patience without losing hope. It may feel like being asked to become steady enough to receive. Let the word timing become gentle in you, not a threat, not a verdict, a rhythm. Your life has rhythm. Your heart has rhythm. Healing has rhythm. Relationships have rhythm. Creativity has rhythm. Rest has rhythm. The universe is rhythmic. When you align with rhythm, you stop trying to force the bud open before spring. Bless your rhythm. Bless the slow places. Bless the growing places. Bless the quiet places. Bless the places where you are still learning. Bless the part of you that wishes it were faster. Bless the part of you that is afraid. Bless the part of you that is beginning to trust despite everything. Blessing softens resistance. As you bless yourself, you may feel tears. Let them come if they come. Tears often mean the body is releasing an old hardness. Tears can be prayers. Tears can be softening. Tears can be evidence that the heart is no longer frozen. Do not judge your tenderness. Tenderness is a doorway to trust. There is no need to perform strength here. You are allowed to be tender. You are allowed to be in process. You are allowed to want reassurance. You are allowed to be learning. Spiritual growth is not becoming untouchable. It is becoming more lovingly present to what is true. My dear, imagine placing your future in a garden of light, not throwing it away, not ignoring it, placing it there with reverence. You do not need to stare at it every minute. You can visit, bless it, water it with good thoughts, and then live today. Let the future grow in the light of trust while you tend the present. What would it mean to tend the present today? Perhaps to speak gently, perhaps to complete one small task, perhaps to rest before resentment builds, perhaps to forgive yourself for yesterday, perhaps to notice one blessing, perhaps to stop asking a person to be your source and return to life as your source. Perhaps to let the unanswered remain unanswered for one more peaceful hour. The mind may say, that is too simple. But simple practices repeated with love create deep change. A life is not only transformed by grand revelations, it is transformed by daily devotion to kinder thoughts, wiser choices, and softer returns. Simplicity is not weakness, it is clarity. Let your spirituality become livable. Let it be in how you breathe during uncertainty, how you speak to yourself after a mistake, how you treat your body when tired, how you wait, how you release, how you receive, how you begin again. This is where trust becomes embodied. You are not here merely to believe beautiful ideas. You are here to live them gently, to let trust move into your calendar, your conversations, your rest, your choices, your inner dialogue, to let divine timing become not just something you admire, but something you practice when the answer has not yet arrived. When the answer has not yet arrived, you can still choose beauty. When the answer has not yet arrived, you can still choose kindness. When the answer has not yet arrived, you can still choose presence. When the answer has not yet arrived, you can still choose not to terrorize yourself with imagined futures. This is power. This is the point of power in the present moment. You may have thought power meant control, but perhaps power is the ability to remain loving when control is unavailable. Perhaps power is the ability to choose your inner response. Perhaps power is the courage to say, I release this to life, and I will meet myself with compassion while it unfolds. This power is quiet, but it is profound. The more you cultivate this power, the less life has to be perfect for you to be peaceful. The less others have to behave exactly as you wish for you to remain centered. The less timing has to obey your fear. You become rooted. You become flexible. You become more like a tree that bends with weather but remains connected to the earth, roots and branches, grounded and open. This is a beautiful image for the trusting life. Roots in self-love, branches in possibility. Roots in present moment awareness, branches in divine timing. Roots in worthiness, branches in receiving. Roots in truth, branches in hope. A tree does not chase the sun, it grows toward it. Let yourself grow toward good without chasing from fear. Growing toward good may mean choosing environments that nourish you, conversations that respect you, thoughts that encourage you, practices that calm you, work that aligns more honestly with your values, boundaries that protect your energy. This is not controlling the universe. This is tending your garden. Do your tending. Let life bring the rain and sun. Sometimes rain comes when you wanted sun. Trust that rain has a purpose. Sometimes sun comes after a long gray season. Receive it. Sometimes pruning happens. It may feel like loss, but it can allow new growth. Nature is full of metaphors because life is teaching the same wisdom everywhere. Cycles, patience, release, renewal. You are part of nature, not separate from it. You have cycles too. You cannot bloom all the time. You cannot harvest all the time. You cannot be in outward expansion every day. There are seasons of rest, rooting, shedding, and quiet preparation. Honor your season. Do not compare your winter to someone else's spring. If you are in winter, let winter have dignity. Let it be a time of deep roots. If you are in spring, let yourself begin. If you are in summer, receive the warmth. If you are in autumn, Release what is complete. All seasons are sacred. Divine timing moves through them all. My dear, as this truth settles, you may feel a shift from asking, "Why is this happening to me?" toward asking, "How is life inviting me to grow through this?" This is not blaming yourself for circumstances. It is reclaiming your creative relationship with experience. It says, "I can learn here. I can love myself here. I can choose a thought here. I can become freer here." Freedom is often found where resistance softens. The circumstance may take time to change, but your inner bondage can begin loosening now. The thought, "I cannot be okay until this changes," is a prison. A kinder thought is, "I am willing to find moments of okayness while this changes." Another is, "I can support myself through this." Another is, "Life can bring help." Another is, "This moment is not the whole story." This moment is not the whole story. Let that comfort you. The chapter you are in is not the entire book. The delay is not the whole destiny. The disappointment is not the final word. The silence is not proof of abandonment. The fear is not prophecy. You are still in motion. Life is still in motion. If you could see all that is being rearranged in the invisible, perhaps you would relax more. But since you cannot always see it, you practice trust. Trust is the bridge between what you can see and what is still forming. Walk that bridge gently. You do not need to run. Just keep returning. Return to trust when you wake. Return to trust when you worry. Return to trust when someone else's timeline triggers you. Return to trust when you feel tempted to force. Return to trust when good arrives too, because receiving also requires trust. Trust that you can hold good. Trust that you do not need to sabotage joy. Trust that peace can become familiar. Receiving good can be as vulnerable as waiting for it. If you have known loss, a part of you may fear good because it might leave. Be tender there. Practice enjoying small good without immediately scanning for danger. Let pleasure last a few seconds longer. Let kindness land. Let peace be felt. Say, "It is safe to receive this moment. It is safe to let good be good." This practice teaches the nervous system that good is not always a setup for pain. It teaches the heart to open without panic. It helps you become a clearer receiver. Divine timing brings what you need, and part of what you need may be the capacity to feel safe with blessing. Let yourself become safe with blessing, safe with rest, safe with love, safe with being seen, safe with receiving, safe with not knowing, safe with change, safe with your own growth. This safety develops through repeated kindness. Every time you meet yourself gently, you create safety. Every time you choose a loving thought, you create safety. Every time you keep a promise to yourself, you create safety. Trust yourself as well as life. Trust that you can learn. Trust that you can respond. Trust that if something changes, you can meet it. Trust that if something ends, you can grieve and continue. Trust that if something begins, you can take it one step at a time. Trust that you do not need to know everything today. Self-trust is built through presence. When you abandon yourself, self-trust weakens. When you return to yourself, it strengthens. So return often. Ask, what do I feel? What do I need? What is true? What is loving now? What is mine to do? What can I release? These questions bring you back into relationship with yourself. As self-trust grows, trusting the universe becomes less abstract. You begin to sense the universe not only outside you, but within your own wisdom. The guidance is not always somewhere far away. It may arise as your own calm knowing. The universe speaks through intuition, through the body, through repeated nudges, through synchronicity, through the peace that follows truth. You are not separate from the guidance you seek. My dear, let this be a comfort. You do not have to become perfect to be guided. Guidance is available to imperfect humans. Love meets you in the middle of your learning. The universe is not waiting for you to have no fear. It can guide you while fear is present. It can help you take one step while your knees tremble. It can bring support while you are still learning to receive. So do not postpone trust until you feel fearless. Trust can begin with fear in the room. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the choice to let love have a voice too. Let love speak now. Let it say, my dear, you have survived so much, and you can soften now. Let it say, you are not behind. Let it say, your good is not lost. Let it say, release the grip. Let it say, breathe. There is no need to force a spiritual experience. The sacred is already here in the simplicity of listening, breathing, and becoming willing. Sometimes the deepest shifts happen quietly, without drama. A thought loosens, a tear falls, a breath deepens, a body unclenches. A new possibility is allowed. This is enough. As you continue through your days, watch for the places where life invites release. A conversation that no longer needs replaying, a desire that needs less panic, a plan that needs flexibility, a person you need to stop trying to control, a self-image you are ready to outgrow. Let release become a daily hygiene of the soul. Just as you wash the body, release the mental weight. Just as you clear a room, clear old fear. Just as you water a plant, water trust. You might create a simple evening ritual. Place one hand on the heart and name what you release from the day. I release what I cannot solve tonight. I release the need to control other people. I release the fear that I am behind. I release the story that I am unsupported. I release harsh words spoken inwardly. Then name what you receive. I receive rest. I receive guidance. I receive patience. I receive love. I receive trust in divine timing. Let the day end in release rather than accumulation. Over time, this changes the way you sleep, the way you wake, the way you wait. You become less cluttered inside. The heart has more room for intuition, more room for gratitude, more room for joy, more room for the good that life may be trying to bring. If you ever wonder whether the universe hears you, consider whether you are willing to hear the universe in forms you did not expect. The answer may not always be yes. Sometimes the answer is grow. Sometimes it is wait. Sometimes it is release. Sometimes it is choose yourself. Sometimes it is rest. Sometimes it is receive this small gift first. Sometimes it is stop asking from fear and listen from love. Hearing these answers requires humility, but they are loving in their own way. Let your prayers become spacious. Instead of only saying, "Give me this exact thing now," you might say, "Guide me toward what is highest and most loving. Help me recognize what is mine. Help me release what is not. Bring me into right relationship with myself and life." Let what comes be aligned with love. Let what leaves make space for truth. Let me trust the timing of my becoming. Such a prayer does not make you passive. It makes you available to wisdom. It opens the path beyond the narrow view of fear. It honors that life may see more than the personality sees. It invites divine timing to work, not as a delay you resent, but as a rhythm you join. Joining the rhythm may feel awkward at first. You may still rush. You may still worry. Then you remember. You slow. You breathe. You return. This returning is the practice. Please do not measure your progress by whether you never forget. Measure it by how lovingly you return. And now let us gather the teachings together in the heart. You are safe enough to loosen. You are worthy before the outcome. Your thoughts are seeds. Your words are creative. Your body listens. Your heart heals through kindness. The present moment is your place of power. Divine timing is not denial. Life can support you in visible and invisible ways. Letting go is not losing. It is making room. Trust is a practice, not a performance. You can begin again now. Let those truths move through you slowly. Do not rush them into understanding. Let them become atmosphere. Let them become a soft blanket around the places that have been cold. Let them become water for the roots. Let them become a small lamp in the room of the mind. There is nothing more to prove in this moment. You do not have to prove that you are spiritual enough, healed enough, calm enough, deserving enough. You are here. You are listening. You are willing. That is beautiful. That is enough for this breath. If you feel a desire rising now, hold it gently. Do not squeeze it. Do not demand that it become proof of your worth. See it as a small bird resting in your open palms. Bless it. If it is meant to fly toward you, it will find its way in the right time and form. If it is meant to fly elsewhere, your hands will still be blessed by having learned openness. You do not need to cage what you love in order to be safe. Open hands can receive. Open hands can bless. Open hands can release. Open hands can create. Let your hands, whether physically or inwardly, become open now. Let the body know, I do not have to grip so tightly. Let the heart know, I can love without control. Let the mind know, I can plan without panic. Let the soul know, I am listening. Perhaps say softly within yourself, I trust the process of life to bring me my highest good. This is the second and final time we will rest in that exact affirmation here, so let it land fully. I trust the process of life to bring me my highest good. Feel the word process. It does not say instant. It does not say forced. It says process. Something unfolding, something intelligent, something alive. Feel the words highest good. Not merely the fastest good, not merely the most familiar good, the highest good, the good that honors your soul. Now release even the affirmation. Let there be silence inside it. Let the meaning remain without needing to repeat. Trust can be wordless too. Sometimes it is simply a softer breath, a quieter forehead, a heart no longer bracing as much, a willingness to let life be life. My dear, whatever you are waiting for, may you wait with kindness toward yourself. Whatever you are releasing, may you release with dignity. Whatever is coming, may you meet it with clarity and an open heart. Whatever is leaving, may you let it go without losing your own love. Whatever is unknown, may it become a place where trust grows. You are not forgotten in the timing of your life. You are not outside the care of the universe. You are not too late for peace. You are not too old for new beginnings. You are not too wounded for softness. You are not too human to be guided. Life is still speaking. Life is still moving. Life is still offering breath after breath after breath. Let the breath be enough now. Let this moment hold you. Let the future be tended by a wisdom larger than worry. Let the past rest from being replayed. Let your heart come home to itself. Let your body feel the kindness of not having to carry every outcome. Let your mind receive permission to stop solving for a little while. In the quiet, you may sense a new relationship forming with life. Less argument, more listening, less demand, more trust, less rushing, more rhythm, less self-blame, more compassion. This is the beginning of a beautiful way to live. It may not happen all at once, but it can happen. It can happen one thought at a time, one breath at a time, one release at a time. Carry this with you. What you need can come in the timing that serves your soul, and while it comes, you can be kind to yourself. While it comes, you can live. While it comes, you can grow. While it comes, you can notice beauty. While it comes, you can become more receptive, more peaceful, more rooted in love. The waiting does not have to be empty. It can be sacred. And when the good arrives, in whatever form is right, may you recognize it. May you not be so attached to one picture that you miss the blessing. May you receive with gratitude. May you remain centered. May you remember that the source was never only the form. Life brought it. Love brought it. Alignment made you available to it. And if life brings a different good than the one you imagined, may you have the courage to see it. May you trust that the soul often knows a wider joy than the mind originally requested. May you allow yourself to be surprised by grace. All is well. Let these words close around the heart like a soft shawl. All is well, not because every question is answered, but because love is here. All is well, not because every road is visible, but because the next breath is given. All is well, not because you control the timing, but because you are learning to trust the rhythm. All is well, not because you never feel fear, but because fear is no longer the only voice. All is well, because life continues to invite you into healing, receiving, releasing, and beginning again. You may go forward now with a gentler spirit. You may loosen the old grip. You may let the universe have room to work. You may let divine timing be a comfort rather than a threat. You may stop using time against yourself. You may bless the unseen. You may trust that what is truly needed for your highest good can meet you through pathways known and unknown. And tonight, or whenever these words find you, let yourself rest in the simple holiness of being alive. You are breathing. You are learning. You are loved by life in more ways than you have noticed. You are held in a timing wider than the clock. You are becoming someone who does not need to force the river to move, because you are remembering how to move with it. So soften, my dear, not into helplessness, but into trust. Not into passivity, but into partnership. Not into forgetting your desires, but into holding them with open hands. Let life breathe through the spaces you used to fill with worry. Let peace return to the rooms where fear has been living. Let your heart know that it does not have to chase what is truly aligned with love. Let your spirit know that what is yours by right of consciousness, readiness, and divine order can arrive in a way that honors your soul. All is well. Let the words be simple. Let them be enough. Let them follow you into the next breath, the next step, the next dawn. Let them remind you that you can release the struggle and still be safe. You can trust the universe and still be wise. You can wait for divine timing and still live fully today. You can let go, and in letting go, you may find that life was never asking you to lose yourself. It was inviting you to come home. And you may have noticed by now that the harder you try to make life obey, the more tired your heart becomes. There is a certain exhaustion that does not come from work or age or ordinary responsibility. It comes from holding the world too tightly inside your own mind. It comes from believing you must be the planner, the protector, the fixer, the one who watches every door and measures every silence and predicts every ending before it arrives. That kind of living may look responsible from the outside, but inside it can feel like carrying a mountain in your chest. So let us begin there, not with effort, but with honesty. You have tried very hard. You have cared deeply. You have wanted things to work out. You have wanted to be safe, to be loved, to be certain, to be shown that the path beneath your feet will not suddenly disappear. And because you wanted safety so much, perhaps you began to confuse control with peace. Many people do. They believe that if they can arrange every detail, if they can think far enough ahead, if they can hold every person and every possibility in place, then finally the heart will relax. But the heart never truly relaxes from control. It only relaxes in trust. This is not a small truth. It is one of the great turning points of a life. The moment you begin to understand that peace does not come from making everything certain, but from becoming kinder to yourself inside uncertainty, something in you softens. You stop standing guard over every future. You stop treating every delay as a threat. You begin, little by little, to sense that life may be more intelligent, more loving, and more patient than fear has told you. Perhaps you are listening now with a part of you that longs to believe this, and another part that is not yet convinced. That is all right. Do not argue with yourself. The fearful mind does not need to be defeated. It needs to be comforted. It has worked so hard to protect you. It learned vigilance somewhere. It learned to brace. It learned to look for what could go wrong. It learned to rehearse disappointment in advance, as if that would make disappointment hurt less. And now you are not here to scold that part of you. You are here to take its hand and teach it a gentler way. There is a wisdom that says, I trust the process of life to bring me my highest good. Let those words enter slowly without force. They do not ask you to pretend that you understand everything. They do not ask you to deny the ache of waiting or the pain of old disappointments. They simply open a window in the mind. They say there may be a process at work beyond my present seeing. There may be a timing I do not yet understand. There may be a good forming in ways that are not visible today. When you live only from the eyes, you believe only what you can see. But much of life grows in the unseen. A seed under the soil does not appear to be doing anything, and yet An entire intelligence is moving there. Roots are forming before leaves. Strength is building before beauty. The dark is not proof of failure. It may be the place where the beginning is taking shape. And so it is with you. There may be roots forming in your life right now. You may not see the flower. You may not yet see the answer. But something in you may be becoming ready for what you once would not have known how to receive. This is why forcing is so painful. It does not honor the root. It demands the flower before its time. It pulls at the stem and calls that love. So it looks at the ground and says, nothing is happening, when beneath the surface, everything essential is happening. Your mind may be impatient, but life is not impatient. Your fear may count the days, but grace moves by ripening. And one day, perhaps much later, you may look back at the very season you called delay and realize it was preparation in disguise. For now, you do not have to see that fully. You only have to become willing to loosen the argument. You do not have to say, I understand. You may simply say, I am open to understanding in time. You do not have to say, I feel peaceful about all of this. You may say, I am willing to stop adding more fear to what is already tender. You do not have to leap into certainty. You may place one small foot into trust. The body often knows when you are gripping before the mind admits it. The shoulders rise, the belly tightens, the jaw becomes a locked gate. The breath shortens, the hands close, the heart begins to live as if it must defend itself from life. If you notice this in yourself, be very gentle. Do not make tension another reason to criticize yourself. Say quietly inside, my body has been trying to help me survive. Then let the muscles know there is another possibility now. The moment does not have to be fought. The future does not have to be solved all at once. You are allowed to be here without carrying tomorrow in your bones. So much of control is really an attempt to outrun a feeling. We do not want to feel uncertain, so we plan. We do not want to feel vulnerable, so we cling. We do not want to feel grief, so we negotiate with what has already changed. We do not want to feel powerless, so we attempt to manage other people's choices. Yet feelings, when held with love, move. They do not have to become prisons. Uncertainty can become spacious. Vulnerability can become honest. Grief can become clean. Powerlessness can become surrender to what is not ours and a return to what is. What is yours is precious. Your thoughts are yours to observe and gently choose. Your words are yours to soften. Your boundaries are yours to honor. Your willingness is yours to offer. Your next honest step is yours to take. But the timing of every outcome, the readiness of every other person, the exact path by which every answer comes, the way life weaves one event into another, these were never meant to be carried in your hands alone. When you try to carry what belongs to the whole of life, you grow tired in places sleep cannot reach. A quieter way begins when you ask, what is actually mine today? Not what belongs to next year, not what belongs to someone else's heart, not what belongs to a hidden arrangement I cannot see. What is mine today? Perhaps it is one kind thought. Perhaps it is one act of care. Perhaps it is one decision to stop rehearsing a frightening story. Perhaps it is preparing yourself for good by becoming more peaceful, more receptive, more honest with yourself. This is not passive. It is deeply alive. It is participation without panic. There is a small doorway we will come back to later, the doorway of receiving. Many people think they are waiting for good, when in truth, some part of them is afraid to let good in. But for now, simply notice if this feels true. Notice whether your hands have been open or clenched. Notice whether you have been asking life for relief while speaking to yourself in ways that create more pressure. Notice whether you have been longing for support while refusing to believe support could arrive. Awareness is not judgment. It is the first kindness. If you look back, you may see that life has already met you many times. Not always in the form you expected, not always at the hour you demanded, but it met you. A person appeared. A strength rose within you. An ending protected you from staying where you could not grow. A closed door turned you toward another road. A difficult truth freed you from a beautiful illusion. You may not have called these things support at the time. Often we call them interruptions. Later, when the heart has softened, we may discover they were guidance. This does not mean every painful thing is pleasant or that you must be grateful before you are ready. Please do not use spiritual language to push away your humanity. If something hurt, it hurt. If something disappointed you, your heart is allowed to feel that. If waiting has been heavy, do not pretend it has been light. Trust does not require pretending. Trust is the tenderness that can hold the truth and still remain open to good. The old way says, once I know everything will work out, then I will relax. The new way says, I am learning to relax a little so I may hear how to move. The old way says, if I stop worrying, I am being careless. The new way says, worry is not the same as wisdom. The old way says, I must force life to prove I matter. The new way says, my worth is already here, and from that worth I can choose calmly. The old way says, I am alone with this. The new way says, life has more ways to help than I have imagined. Let these new thoughts be like seeds placed in warm soil. Do not dig them up every few minutes to see whether they are working. Speak them, feel them if you can, and then let them rest. Inner change often begins quietly. A harsh phrase loses its grip. A frightening image comes less often. The body unclenches a little sooner. A moment of beauty reaches you on a day when you would normally have missed it. These are not small things. They are signs that the inner climate is changing. And when the inner climate changes, you meet life differently. You do not need to become perfect. You do not need to be fearless. You simply begin to respond from a place that is less crowded by panic. A delay no longer automatically means rejection. Silence no longer automatically means abandonment. A change of plan no longer means your whole life is collapsing. You begin to give life room to reveal itself. There are times when what you need is not another answer, but another relationship to the question. The mind can ask the same question with fear until it becomes a wound. Why has it not happened? When will it come? What if I am too late? What if I missed my chance? These questions may be human, but if you live inside them too long, they narrow the heart. A softer question is, how can I love myself while this is unfolding? Another is, what is this season teaching me to release? Another is, what kind thought can I choose right now? These questions return power to the present moment. They bring you back from the imagined future and place you gently where life can actually meet you. The present moment may not have every answer, but it has the doorway to peace. It has the breath that is here. It has the choice of the next thought. It has the possibility of releasing one layer of fear. Do not underestimate what can begin here. Perhaps the pattern you are ready to release is the belief that nothing good happens unless you struggle. This belief is very common. It hides inside many homes and many hearts. It says, if it came easily, it cannot be trusted. It says, I must earn every blessing through exhaustion. It says, rest is laziness, receiving is weakness, and ease is suspicious. But this is not love. Life itself gives constantly without making the sunrise prove its worth. The tree does not strain to deserve rain. The child does not earn air. There is a natural flow of giving and receiving built into existence, and you belong to it. The affirmation, I am willing to release the pattern in me that created these conditions, is not an accusation. It is a key. It does not say you are bad for having patterns. It says you are free to outgrow them. It says what was learned can be unlearned. It says the mind can be taught a new path. The body can learn a new safety. The heart can open a new way. You may have inherited fear. You may have practiced worry. You may have lived for years under the weight of old beliefs. Still, you are not condemned to repeat them forever. Willingness is enough to begin. You do not have to know how every pattern will dissolve. You do not have to become an expert in your own history. You can begin by noticing, this thought hurts me. This reaction closes me. This habit drains my energy. This expectation makes me afraid. Then you can choose, gently and repeatedly, to place a new thought beside the old one. Not with violence, not with self-blame, with patience. Imagine a room that has been dark for a long time. You do not fight the darkness with your fists. You bring in light. The darkness leaves because light has entered. In the same way, you do not have to fight every old belief. You can bring in a loving idea and let it be present. I am safe enough in this moment. I am learning to trust life. I can release the need to know everything. I can be kind to myself while I wait. These are lights. At first, the old room may still feel familiar. The mind may wander back into its shadows. That is all right. Bring the light again. This is how change happens. Repetition with love. Awareness with gentleness. Choice without punishment. Every time you return to a loving thought, you strengthen the path toward freedom. There may be certain outcomes you have held so tightly that you no longer know who you are without holding them. A person's response, a long-awaited opportunity, a plan for how life was supposed to look by now, a timeline you created years ago and still measure yourself against. These attachments are tender. They may carry dreams, grief, longing, hope, identity. Do not rip them from yourself. Sit with them. Ask them what they represent. Often what you cling to outwardly is connected to something inward that wants love. Maybe you are not only waiting for a relationship, you are waiting to feel chosen. Maybe you are not only waiting for success, you are waiting to feel worthy. Maybe you are not only waiting for clarity, you are waiting to stop feeling unsafe. Maybe you are not only waiting for a change, you are waiting for permission to rest. When you discover the deeper hunger, you can begin feeding it now. You can choose yourself now. You can affirm worth now. You can create moments of safety now. You can allow rest now. This is how control begins to loosen. You stop making one outer thing responsible for every inner need. You still may desire it, and that is natural, but it no longer has to carry the entire weight of your worth. You no longer say, if this does not happen, I am nothing. You say, I am whole, and I welcome what is aligned with my highest good. This is a very different energy. It is calmer. It is cleaner. It is freer. There is another doorway we will touch more deeply later, and it has to do with the way the heart receives what has already arrived. For now, just remember this. Gratitude is not a denial of longing. It is nourishment for the path. You can be grateful for one small good while still waiting for a larger good. You can appreciate the lamp beside you while still praying for the dawn. The appreciation does not cancel the prayer. It strengthens the one who prays. In the same way, letting go does not cancel desire. It cleanses desire of fear. It allows the desire to breathe. When you hold desire with panic, it becomes painful. When you hold it with trust, it becomes a quiet invitation. You may say, "I would love this," and I release the struggle around it. I welcome what is right, and I allow life to work in ways I cannot see. I take the step that is mine, and I set down what is not mine. That is a loving way to desire. Often people think surrender means doing nothing. It does not. It means doing what is yours without attacking life in the process. You still make the call, write the letter, prepare the work, care for the body, have the conversation, make the change, or close the door when needed. But you do it from steadiness rather than desperation. You do not use action as a weapon against uncertainty. You let action become a form of alignment. There is a beautiful dignity in aligned action. It does not shout. It does not beg. It does not chase after what repeatedly moves away. It stands in self-respect. It listens. It chooses. It blesses. It releases. And because it is rooted in worth, it does not collapse when timing differs from expectation. I trust life. Such a short sentence, and yet it can hold an entire philosophy. It is not a sentence for the mind to debate endlessly. It is a place to return. When your thoughts scatter, I trust life. When the plan changes, I trust life. When the answer is not immediate, I trust life. When you are tempted to measure your worth by another person's timing, I trust life. Say it as a return, not as a performance. Say it like placing your feet back on the ground. To trust life is not to believe that everything will always be convenient. It is to believe that you can be guided through what comes. It is to believe that your inner wisdom can grow. It is to believe that even mistakes can teach, delays can prepare, endings can clear space, and new beginnings can arise after seasons that felt empty. It is to believe that your story is not finished simply because one chapter is confusing. Confusion is not failure. Confusion is often the mind standing between an old identity and a new one. The old way no longer fits, and the new way has not fully appeared. This in-between can feel uncomfortable, but it can also be holy in its own quiet way. It asks you to stop rushing to define yourself by what used to be. It asks you to let life introduce you to the person you are becoming. You may not yet recognize that person fully. They may be calmer than you expected, less willing to chase, more honest about what hurts, more careful with their energy, more open to receiving kindness, less impressed by struggle, more devoted to peace. If you are changing in these ways, bless the change. Do not pull yourself back into old patterns just because they are familiar. Sometimes the people around you may expect the old you. the one who over-explained, over-gave, over-controlled, overextended. As you begin to trust more, you may become quieter, softer, but also clearer. You may no longer feel available for every drama. You may no longer wish to rehearse every fear aloud. You may choose rest where once you chose depletion. Let his be allowed. Your healing does not need everyone's permission. Control often grows from the need to be approved of. If everyone approves, perhaps I am safe. If everyone understands, perhaps I can rest. If everyone responds the way I hope, perhaps I am loved. But what a fragile peace that is, dependent on so many moving parts. There is a deeper peace that comes when you approve of yourself, when you know your own sincerity, when you let others have their experience without making it the ruler of your inner life. You can be kind without being controllable. You can be loving without being endlessly available. You can trust life without ignoring your own boundaries. In fact, boundaries are often an expression of trust. They say, I do not have to force this person to be different. I can honor what is true and choose accordingly. They say, I can release the fantasy and respond to reality. They say, I trust myself enough to protect my peace. This is one of the most healing forms of surrender, releasing the fantasy of who someone might become and accepting what their actions have shown. Acceptance does not mean bitterness. It means clarity. From clarity, you can choose with love. You can stop trying to control another soul's readiness. You can stop waiting at a closed door while life may be opening another behind you. And sometimes the door you are meant to open first is the one within. The door to self-kindness, the door to patience, the door to believing that you are not behind, the door to allowing support, the door to receiving your own love. So many outer doors become less frightening when the inner door opens. Life supplies all my needs in great abundance. Let these words be understood with wisdom. Needs are not always supplied in the form the mind first demands. Sometimes the need beneath the desire is peace. Sometimes it is courage. Sometimes it is clarity. Sometimes it is companionship. Sometimes it is rest. Sometimes it is a new belief. Sometimes what arrives is not the expected package, but the essential nourishment. If you are willing to receive only from one direction, you may miss the abundance of life's many channels. Help may come as an idea. Comfort may come as silence. Guidance may come as a body signal. Opportunity may come through a conversation you almost dismissed. Protection may come as a delay. A blessing may come disguised as an ending you did not choose. Stay open, stay discerning, but open. Abundance is not only having more, it is recognizing the flow of good and becoming available to participate in it. It is the abundance of breath, choices, creativity, kindness, insight, courage, renewal. It is the knowledge that life is not limited to the narrow path fear has drawn. There are more possibilities that panic can see. When you are frightened, your vision contracts. You see only the one thing you believe must happen. But when you soften, even slightly, the field widens. You remember a person you can call. You see a step you can take. You notice a resource you had overlooked. You feel a truth you had been avoiding. This is why peace is practical. It helps you perceive. The mind may say, "But I must stay worried so I do not miss anything." Yet worry often makes you miss more. It pulls you into imagined futures while the present offers guidance. It fills the inner room with noise while wisdom waits quietly. It drains the body and then calls that preparation. My dear, you can be attentive without being anxious. You can be responsible without living in dread. You can care deeply without carrying fear as proof. Let responsibility become lighter. Let it mean responding from presence, not controlling from panic. Let it mean honoring what is yours, not taking possession of what belongs to timing. Let it mean caring for your own energy so that your actions are clearer and kinder. This is mature responsibility. It has space in it. The more space you allow, the more you may sense that life has been trying to breathe through you. Not around you, not against you, but through you. Through your intuition, through your desire for peace, through your weariness with old patterns, through the longing that brought you here. Even your exhaustion may be a messenger saying, "There is another way." Listen to that messenger. If a pattern continually exhausts you, it may be ready to change. If a thought continually wounds you, it may be ready to be replaced. If a relationship continually asks you to abandon yourself, it may be ready to be seen clearly. If a timeline continually makes you feel ashamed, it may be ready to be released. Life often speaks first in whispers and then in discomfort. Do not wait for collapse before you listen. You can turn toward change gently. You can say, "I see this now. I do not need to attack myself. I can choose one new way." Perhaps today the new way is to stop checking for an answer every hour. Perhaps it is to bless someone and let them go. Perhaps it is to trust that not knowing is not the same as danger. Perhaps it is to let your body rest. Perhaps it is to receive a compliment and say thank you. Receiving may feel unfamiliar because many have been trained to give until empty. You may know how to care for others, encourage others, support others, make room for others. But when good turns toward you, you may step back. You may say, "Not yet, not me. I have not earned it. I should need less. I should be stronger." Let us be very tender with this. You were not born rejecting good. You learned it. And what is learned can be softened. I deserve the best, and I accept it now. This affirmation may stir something inside you. If it feels easy, let it expand. If it feels difficult, let it reveal where love is needed. Deserving the best does not mean demanding extravagance from life like a frightened child. It means agreeing that you are worthy of what is healthy, honest, kind, respectful, nourishing, and aligned. It means you stop settling for emotional crumbs while telling yourself it is humility. It means you allow good to be possible for you. Accepting the best now begins inwardly. Accept kindness now. Accept rest now. Accept the possibility that your life is not over now. Accept that you can change your thoughts now. Accept that you can stop punishing yourself now. Accept that you are worthy before the outer evidence is complete. When acceptance begins inside, outer receiving becomes less frightening. Sometimes people say they want the best, but they are still loyal to old pain. Pain can become familiar, almost like a home, even when it hurts. To leave it may feel strange. You may wonder who you are without struggle. You may worry that peace will make you careless. You may fear that if life becomes easier, you will not know how to live. This is why receiving must be gentle. Let yourself become accustomed to peace in small doses. Let your nervous system learn that softness is safe. Begin with simple permission. I allow this moment of quiet. I allow this kind word. I allow myself to enjoy this small beauty. I allow help where it is appropriate. I allow life to surprise me in gentle ways. These permissions create pathways. They tell the deeper mind we do not have to reject good automatically. There is no need to grab at good either. Grabbing is only another form of fear. Receiving is different. Receiving has dignity. It opens the hand. It says thank you. It allows the gift to land. It does not immediately ask, when will this leave? It does not make joy prove itself before being enjoyed. It lets life be kind for a moment. Can you let life be kind for a moment? Not forever. Not as a theory. Just here. Maybe through a word that comforts you. Maybe through a memory of your own strength. Maybe through the chair holding you. Maybe through the simple fact that you are still willing to grow. Let one kindness land. The heart learns through experience. As the heart learns, the need to force begins to dissolve. You start to realize that what is truly nourishing does not have to be torn from life. You may need courage, patience, action, and discernment, yes, but you do not need violence against your own spirit. You do not need to become hard in order to receive what is good. In fact, hardness may block the very tenderness you long for. Softness is not the same as weakness. A soft heart can have strong boundaries. A soft voice can speak truth. A soft mind can make wise decisions. A soft body can take powerful action when the action is guided by clarity. Softness means you no longer live armored against every possibility. You are willing to meet life as a participant rather than an enemy. The great practice, then, is to notice where you have armored yourself, around love, perhaps, around trust, around money, around rest, around being seen, around asking for help, around believing that something good can happen without pain attached to it. Wherever the armor is, do not pull at it harshly. Touch it with compassion. Say, I understand why you came. Thank you for protecting me. We are learning a new safety now. New safety comes through consistency. Not one dramatic declaration, but many gentle choices. Speaking kindly when the critic appears. Resting before resentment builds. Choosing thoughts that open the door to healing. Releasing the need to predict every outcome. Allowing support to come through ordinary channels. Trusting that delay is not always denial. These choices accumulate. They become a new inner home. And in that home, you may begin to feel something you have wanted for a long time: relief. Not the relief that depends on every circumstance changing at once, but the relief of no longer being at war with life. The relief of letting the river move. The relief of setting down the impossible job of controlling every detail. The relief of knowing that you can do your part and let the rest unfold. This relief may be quiet at first. A small loosening in the chest, a less urgent need to check, a little more patience with the unknown. A moment when you notice the sky instead of the fear. Honor these beginnings. They are precious. They show that trust is no longer only an idea. It is becoming an experience. As you move forward, remember that letting go may happen many times with the same thing. You may release in the morning and grip again by evening. That does not mean you failed. It means the old habit is still learning. Each release counts. Each return matters. Each moment of awareness is a kindness. Do not say, I should be past this. Say, I am learning here. Do not say, I never change. Say, change is happening in layers. Do not say, I cannot trust. Say, I am willing to trust a little more today. The language you use becomes the path you walk. Choose words that make room for growth. Let the rest of this day or this night be a practice in making room. Room in the body, room in the mind, room in the heart. Room for timing to do what timing does. Room for life to answer in ways not yet imagined. Room for your own inner readiness to mature. Room for good that does not have to be forced. You may not know yet how everything will unfold. That is all right. You are not required to know the whole pattern while the threads are still being woven. You are asked only to hold your portion with love. Choose the thought. Take the step. Release the excess. Welcome what nourishes. Let what is not yours return to the larger movement of life. And when doubt comes, as it may, do not treat it as a sin. Treat it as weather. Let it pass through a sky that is larger than the cloud. You are not the doubt. You are the awareness noticing it. You are the one who can choose a kinder sentence after it speaks. You are the one who can place a hand on the heart and remember that fear is not the final authority. The final authority within the deepest part of you is love. Love that does not rush your becoming. Love that does not shame your tenderness. Love that does not demand perfection before offering comfort. Love that says you are allowed to release. You are allowed to receive. You are allowed to trust the timing of your life even while you are still learning how. So let the grip loosen, even slightly. Let one old demand fall away. Let one anxious question become quieter. Let one possibility enter. Life may be working with me, not against me. The mind may not fully believe it yet, but the heart can begin to consider it. And sometimes consideration is the first opening through which peace returns. What you need will not always arrive through strain. Some things come closer when you stop frightening yourself away from them. Some answers become visible when the mind is no longer crowded with panic. Some blessings can be recognized only by a heart that has stopped demanding they wear a particular face. Your work now is not to force the hand of life, but to become available to what is true, what is kind, what is aligned, what is ready. Availability is beautiful. It is a quiet yes within you. Yes, I am willing to release what blocks my peace. Yes, I am willing to receive what supports my growth. Yes, I am willing to trust timing more than fear. Yes, I am willing to be guided one step at a time. Not a desperate yes, not a frightened yes, a steady, tender yes. Let that yes remain with you. Let it sit beside the old worry until the worry no longer feels so alone. Let it sit beside your longing until longing becomes less sharp. Let it sit beside the unknown until the unknown becomes a little more spacious. You do not have to finish the journey today. You are only opening the next door. And beyond that door is a life in which trust becomes more natural, receiving becomes safer, and the heart no longer believes it must earn every good thing through suffering. For now, simply stand at the threshold with open hands, willing to release the old weight, willing to welcome the good that can meet you in its own right and loving time. And as those hands open, you may notice that the first thing asking to be received is not an outer blessing at all, but your own tenderness. The part of you that has been waiting to be treated gently. The part that grew tired of being spoken to, as if it were always failing, always late, always too much or not enough. Many people imagine that surrender begins with releasing a person, a plan, or an outcome. Sometimes it does, but very often it begins in a much quieter place. It begins when you stop turning against yourself. There is no peace in a heart that is being attacked from within. You can sit in silence, you can light a candle, you can speak beautiful words, but if the voice inside you is cruel, the body still feels unsafe. And so the deeper practice is not merely to let go of outer control, It is to lay down the inner weapon, to stop using your own thoughts as a whip, to stop speaking to yourself in tones you would never use with a frightened child, to stop believing that criticism will make you worthy of love. Criticism never creates true safety. It may create temporary obedience. It may make you try harder for a little while. It may frighten you into movement, but it does not create the soft inner ground where healing can unfold. The heart opens under kindness. The mind becomes teachable under patience. The body relaxes when it senses that it is not being judged for every feeling it carries. If you want to become available to the flow of life, begin by becoming a kinder place for yourself to live. There is an affirmation that reaches into this very place. I love and approve of myself. It is simple, and because it is simple, the mind may try to pass over it too quickly, but stay with it for a moment. I love and approve of myself, not only when I understand, not only when I make the perfect choice, not only when I am calm and radiant and pleasing to everyone. I love and approve of myself while I am learning. I love and approve of myself in the middle of change. I love and approve of myself even when old fear rises and asks to be held. To approve of yourself does not mean that every action you have taken was wise. It does not mean that there is nothing to learn, nothing to repair, nothing to refine. It means you no longer make hatred the foundation for growth. You can take responsibility without humiliation. You can apologize without self-destruction. You can change without declaring yourself broken. This is a very important difference. Shame says, because I made a mistake, I am bad. Love says, because I am worthy, I can learn a new way. If you have been hard on yourself for a long time, self-approval may feel strange at first. It may feel unearned. It may feel almost uncomfortable, as if you are wearing a garment that has not yet softened to the shape of your body. Let it be strange. The unfamiliar is not always false. Sometimes it is simply new. A loving thought may feel less believable than a harsh one because the harsh one has had more practice. Repetition made it familiar. Repetition can also make kindness familiar. Think of the way you learned any language. At first, certain sounds were unknown. Then they were repeated. They were heard, spoken, corrected, softened, practiced, lived. Eventually, they became natural. The inner language of love is learned the same way. You speak it before it feels completely fluent. You repeat it without forcing. You let it enter the rooms of the mind where old sentences have lived for years. Little by little, the atmosphere changes. Notice how different it feels to say, "What is wrong with me?" and to say, "What is asking for love in me?" The first sentence tightens the body. The second one opens a door. One assumes guilt. The other invites understanding. One makes you smaller. The other returns you to care. Your words are not small things. They are instructions. They teach your inner world how to treat you. When fear appears, the old pattern may be to become stricter with yourself. You may say, "Stop feeling this, stop needing this, stop being so sensitive, stop wanting, stop worrying, stop being human." And yet, fear rarely leaves because it has been shouted at. It softens when it is recognized. You might say instead, "I see that I am frightened. I see that something in me wants reassurance. I can be gentle here. I do not have to turn this fear into a command." Fear tightens because it believes tightness is protection. It gathers every muscle, every thought, every memory of pain and tries to build a wall. But walls do not only keep pain out, they also keep tenderness out. They keep help out. They keep new understanding out. A guarded heart may feel less exposed, but it is also less nourished. This is why kindness toward fear matters so much. When fear no longer has to defend itself against your criticism, it can begin to soften its hold. Perhaps you can imagine placing fear in a warm chair beside you, rather than letting it sit at the head of the table. It may speak, you may listen, but it does not make every decision. It does not write the whole future. It does not define your worth. It does not have the final word. The final word can be love, spoken quietly but with steadiness. I love and approve of myself. Let the affirmation move into the places where you have been waiting for someone else to grant you permission to feel whole. You may have wanted a certain message, a certain apology, a certain recognition, a certain arrival to prove that you are enough. And yes, it is human to desire acknowledgement. It is human to long for tenderness from others. But do not make your life depend entirely on a door only another person can open. There is a door within you. You can open it now. This is the doorway of receiving that was waiting quietly earlier. Many people think receiving begins when life brings something visible to the hand. A relationship, an opportunity, a sign, a material answer, a change in circumstances. But receiving begins much earlier. It begins when you let love reach the places in you that have been pushing it away. It begins when a kind word is allowed to land. It begins when rest is not treated as guilt. It begins when you stop arguing with your own worth. Some hearts are not closed because they are cold. They are closed because they have been disappointed. They learn to turn away before life could turn away from them. They learn to expect less so they would hurt less. They learn to call longing foolish and softness dangerous. If this is part of your story, let there be no shame in it. It was a form of protection. But protection that once helped you survive may now be keeping you from being nourished. To receive, you do not have to fling every door open at once. You can begin with a crack of light. Receive the support of the chair beneath you. Receive the sound of words offered gently. Receive the possibility that your life may still surprise you. Receive one moment of not needing to be perfect. Receive the thought that you can be learning and still be lovable. These are small beginnings, but they matter. The heart learns safety through small, consistent experiences. And once the heart begins to soften, the present moment becomes less like a waiting room and more like a place of power. Not a loud power, not domination, not control. A quiet power. The power to choose the next thought, the power to loosen the jaw, the power to say no without hatred and yes without fear, the power to return to yourself after wandering through imagined futures, the power to stop feeding an old story, even if only for a few minutes. I am in the process of positive changes. This affirmation is merciful because it does not demand that you be finished. It honors movement. It honors becoming. It says you do not have to wake tomorrow as an entirely different person in order for change to be real. You can be in process. You can be in the middle. You can be half softened, half afraid, and still moving toward light. You can have one old thought and one new thought in the same hour. That is how transformation often begins. The mind likes final evidence. It says, "Show me that everything has changed. Then I will believe." But inner life is often subtler. A new pattern may first appear as a pause. You almost say the harsh thing to yourself, and then you stop. You almost rush into an old reaction, and then you wait. You almost chase, and then you place your hand on your heart and remain with yourself. That pause is change. Honor it. Positive changes may also look like losing interest in what once fed your anxiety. The conversation that used to pull you in no longer feels necessary. The old drama no longer tastes familiar in the same way. The habit of checking for proof begins to feel less compelling. This can feel disorienting. When suffering has been familiar, peace may seem strangely quiet. You may wonder whether something is missing. Perhaps what is missing is the old alarm. Do not confuse the absence of alarm with emptiness. Calm has a different texture. It does not demand constant attention. It does not shout to be believed. It sits quietly, like a lamp in a room, offering light without drama. Let yourself become accustomed to that lamp. Let your nervous system learn that calm is not a warning sign. Calm is allowed. Ease is allowed. A day without emotional emergency is allowed. There was someone once who had spent many years waiting for a certain answer. Each morning began with checking, hoping, fearing, interpreting every silence as proof of rejection. One afternoon, after much inner work, this person reached for the phone and then stopped. Nothing dramatic happened. There was no vision, no thunder, no sudden outer change. Only a hand resting on the table, a long exhale, and the quiet decision to make lunch instead of feeding fear. Later, they described that moment as the beginning of freedom. The answer outside had not yet come, but a new answer had risen within. I will not abandon myself while I wait. That is how change often enters, not as spectacle, but as a different choice in an ordinary moment. You stop participating in your own suffering in one small way. You do not have to know what all the future holds. You only need to know that this old pattern is not the only option. There is another way to be with yourself. There is another way to meet desire. There is another way to wait. The present moment is where that other way becomes possible. Yesterday may explain some of your fears, but it cannot choose today's thought for you unless you hand it the pen. Tomorrow may invite preparation, but it cannot be lived before it arrives. Now is where you can soften the inner tone. Now is where you can return to your body. Now is where you can decide that fear may speak, but love will respond. The voice of love is rarely frantic. It does not hurry you through your own healing. It does not say, be peaceful immediately or you have failed. It says, here, let us begin again. It says, you noticed, and that is beautiful. It says, place one kind sentence where the old sentence used to be. It says, you are not late to this moment. You have arrived exactly where practice can happen. If you feel that you have wasted time, be gentle with that thought. Time spent learning is not always wasted. Time spent surviving taught you endurance. Time spent in confusion may have revealed what does not feel true. Time spent trying to be someone else may have awakened the longing to return to yourself. Nothing needs to be romanticized, but much can be redeemed through awareness. The life behind you does not have to be a prison. It can become soil and seemingly. Oil is not glamorous, yet everything grows from it. Old pain, once composted by understanding, can become compassion. Old fear, once met with patience, can become discernment. Old longing, once blessed instead of shamed, can become devotion to what truly matters. This is one of the quiet miracles of inner work. The very places you once wanted to reject may become places of wisdom. When you say, I am in the process of positive changes, you allow the soil to do its work. You stop demanding instant blossoms. You respect the unseen movement. You understand that some days are for planting, some for watering, some for resting, some for pruning, and some for watching the first green hint appear. Each has value. Each belongs. There will be days when you feel old thoughts return. They may arrive with familiar voices. You are behind. You should have done more. This will never change. Good things happen to others, not you. When those thoughts come, do not kneel before them. Do not fight them as if they are powerful enemies. See them as recordings, old messages replaying. Then choose the living word. I am changing now. I am allowed to grow at my own pace. I can choose again. Choosing again is one of the most loving freedoms you have. You are not required to obey the first thought that appears. You are not required to build a home in the first emotion that passes through. You can notice, breathe in your own natural rhythm, and select a kinder direction. This is inner authorship. This is where the pattern begins to shift. And as you become more present, you may look back at closed doors with a slightly different heart. At first, a closed door can feel like punishment. It can feel personal. It can feel like life itself has said no to your worth. But sometimes a closed door is simply information. Sometimes it is a boundary from the larger movement of life. Sometimes it is a way of redirecting you from a path that could not nourish who you are becoming. This does not mean you will like every closing. Some hurt. Some leave you sitting in silence, trying to gather yourself. Some make you question your discernment. Some bring grief that deserves respect. But after the first waves pass, a deeper question may arise. What if this is not the end of my good? What if this is the end of a form, not the end of love? What if life is asking me to stop trying to enter where I am not truly welcomed, so I can discover where I belong? I trust the universe to help me see the good in everything and in everyone. Let that affirmation be held with maturity. Seeing the good does not mean ignoring harm or pretending that every situation is healthy. It means being willing to harvest wisdom without staying bound to bitterness. It means looking at a difficult chapter and asking, what did this teach me about my needs, my boundaries, my strength, my values, my tenderness? Ian's refusing to let pain be the only meaning. There may be good in the lesson, not in the wound. Good in the clarity, not in the confusion. Good in the release, not in the rejection. Good in the self-respect that rises after a season of shrinking. Good in the way you now know what peace does not feel like, so you can recognize it more quickly when it comes. This kind of seeing is not naive. It is liberating. Consider how many times you wanted something that later proved too small for the person you were becoming. At the time, not receiving it may have felt unbearable. Later, perhaps you realized that the path would have required you to abandon too much of yourself. Or perhaps you saw that your desire was shaped by an older wound rather than your current truth. The heart does not always know this immediately. It needs time, so give yourself time. The closed door may still hurt. Let it hurt honestly. But do not let it define the whole landscape. There are other doors, and there are windows, and there are open fields, and there are paths that do not look like entrances until you begin walking. Life is not limited to the one doorway fear has been staring at. The mind may fixate. The heart, when softened, can widen. This widening is important because attachment narrows vision. When you believe only one outcome can save you, you cannot see the many ways support may already be arriving. You may dismiss comfort because it is not the comfort you demanded. You may reject guidance because it comes through a delay. You may overlook a new possibility because it does not resemble the old picture. Widening the heart allows life to speak in more than one language. The good in a detour may not be visible at once. Detours can feel inconvenient, even cruel, when you are tired. But sometimes the detour allows you to meet someone, discover a strength, avoid a path not meant for you, or gather understanding you would have missed. You do not need to call it good while you are aching. You can simply leave room for meaning to reveal itself in time. Leaving room is itself an act of release. It says, I will not decide today that this disappointment is the final story. I will not stamp this moment with permanent despair. I will allow future understanding to come. I will let life continue speaking. There is humility in that. It keeps the heart from closing too soon. There is also great compassion in allowing others to be on their own paths. Sometimes a door closes because another person cannot meet you where you hoped. Perhaps they are not ready. Perhaps they do not have the capacity. Perhaps their own lessons are taking them elsewhere. This can hurt deeply. Yet trying to control their readiness only increases suffering. Their path belongs to them. Your dignity belongs to you. Release does not require resentment. You can say, I wanted this, and I bless myself as I let go. You can say, I do not understand, and still I will not chase what continually refuses to meet me. You can say, I honor what was beautiful, and I release the grip on what cannot continue. This is a clean sorrow, a sorrow with air in it, a sorrow that does not turn into self-abandonment. In the quiet after release, the heart may ask, then who holds me? This is where a more intimate truth begins. Life is here to support us. Say this not as a slogan, but as a possibility you are willing to feel. Life is here to support us. The word support may bring to mind large rescues, dramatic interventions, immediate answers, but support is often more subtle than that. It is the steadiness beneath your feet, the strength that rises when you thought you had none, the insight that comes after tears, the friend who listens, the body asking for rest, the sudden clarity that a certain path is no longer yours. Support can be quiet and still be real. It can arrive as a pause. It can arrive as energy returning after you stop pouring yourself into what drains you. It can arrive as the courage to tell the truth. It can arrive as a small practical step you can take today. If you are waiting only for a grand sign, you may miss the small hands of life reaching toward you. Let us slow here just a little. not because there is less to say, but because this is tender ground. Beneath the need to control is often a very young fear. What if no one comes? What if I am left alone with what I cannot carry? What if I open my hands and nothing meets me? This fear deserves gentleness. It is not foolish. It may have history. It may come from moments when support was absent or inconsistent. It may come from needing too much too soon from people who could not give it. So we do not dismiss it. We sit beside it. You might speak inwardly to that place. I understand why you are afraid. I understand why you learn to hold on. I will not shame you for needing reassurance. But let us look carefully. Are we truly as alone as fear says? Is there one form of support here now? One breath, one surface holding the body, one piece of wisdom, one small choice, one memory of surviving, one possibility of help. Let us begin with one. Fear speaks in absolutes. Always, never, no one, nothing, forever. Love speaks more truthfully. It says, this is hard and something is still here. It says, I do not see the whole way and one step may be possible. It says, I feel alone and perhaps I can allow one form of connection. This more truthful language softens the rigid edges of despair. Life is here to support us, does not mean every person will support you in the way you wish. It means support is woven into life in many forms, and you can become more available to recognize and receive it. You may need to ask more directly. You may need to stop asking unavailable people and turn toward healthier sources. You may need to support yourself through rest, nourishment, and boundaries. You may need to receive spiritual comfort in silence. Support is not always external, and it is not always internal. Often, it is a meeting of both. There is strength in allowing help. Many learned that needing help was weakness. They became proud of doing everything alone. But loneliness disguised as strength becomes heavy after a while. Real strength can say, I need rest, I need guidance, I need companionship, I need time, I need to be honest. Real strength allows the circle of care to widen. Of course, discernment matters. Not every hand is safe to hold, not every voice is wise, not every offer is aligned. But discernment is different from isolation. Discernment says, I will choose carefully where I open. Isolation says, I will not open anywhere. The first protects love. The second starves it. Let yourself choose carefully, but do not make a permanent home in loneliness. Support may also come through your own inner practices. The morning thought that steadies you. The written sentence that clears the mind. The walk that brings perspective. The silence that allows tears. The decision to stop checking for proof. These practices are not minor. They are ways of placing yourself back in relationship with life. They tell your deeper mind, I am caring for you. I am listening. I am no longer waiting for everything outside me to change before I offer love here. When you support yourself in these small ways, the outside world does not have to carry the impossible role of saving you from your own inner abandonment. Then you can receive from others without desperation. You can welcome kindness without clinging to it. You can appreciate help without making it your only source. This is a mature receiving. It has roots. Roots matter. A tree with roots can receive rain without being washed away. It can receive sun without withering from overexposure. It can bend in wind because it is connected below. Your roots are self-love, self-respect, awareness, gentle discipline, and a willingness to remain present. As these roots deepen, you become more capable of receiving what life brings. I choose to feel worthy and deserving. This affirmation may sound like a decision, and it is. Not a decision made once and never revisited, but one chosen again and again in ordinary circumstances. You choose worthiness when you stop apologizing for having needs. You choose deserving when you allow rest without earning it through exhaustion. You choose worthiness when you leave what repeatedly diminishes you. You choose deserving when you say thank you and let a compliment remain intact. You choose worthiness when you speak to your own reflection with kindness. Many people wait to feel worthy until something outside confirms it. But the practice is to choose the feeling first, gently, even imperfectly. Not as arrogance, not as superiority. Worthiness does not put you above anyone. It places you within the circle of life. It says, I too may receive good. I too may be treated with care. I too may grow. I too may rest. I too may be loved without performing for every breath. If unworthiness has been familiar, choosing worth may feel rebellious. There may be old voices that object. Who are you to receive? Who are you to rest? Who are you to expect kindness? And the loving answer is, I am a child of life. I exist. I am learning. I am willing to treat myself with dignity. That is enough. Worthiness is not a prize awarded after perfection. If it were, no one would ever receive it. Worthiness is inherent. Behavior can be changed. Skills can be learned. Apologies can be made. Habits can be transformed. But the underlying worth of a life is not erased by being human. When you understand this, growth becomes much softer. You do not improve yourself to become lovable. You love yourself, and from that love, improvement becomes possible. This is why inner cruelty is so unnecessary. It promises change, but produces fear. Love produces a more lasting change because it creates safety. When you feel safe enough, you can look honestly. You can admit where you have been afraid. You can see where you have over-controlled. You can notice where you have settled. You can make different choices without collapsing into shame. Choosing worth also changes what you are willing to call good. If you do not feel worthy, you may accept crumbs and call them a feast. You may accept uncertainty from people who keep you emotionally hungry and call it love. You may accept exhaustion and call it success. You may accept self-denial and call it service. But as worth rises, your definitions become healthier. Good begins to include peace. Love begins to include respect. Opportunity begins to include alignment. Service begins to include yourself. This is not selfish. It is balanced. You are part of the life you are trying to bless. If your giving destroys you, something is out of harmony. If your waiting erases you, something needs care. If your longing makes you speak to yourself with contempt, the longing must be held differently. Worthiness restores balance. It says, I can care for others and include myself. I can desire and remain whole. I can wait and still live. I can release and still love. There is a quiet maturity in no longer bargaining with life from unworthiness. You stop saying, if I am good enough, maybe I will be chosen. If I suffer enough, maybe I will receive. If I prove enough, maybe I will belong. Instead, you begin from belonging. You begin from the knowledge that you are already part of life, already held in existence, already worthy of kindness. From there, your actions become cleaner. They are not bribes, they are expressions. When you act from worth, you do not need to manipulate timing. You do not need to force another person to see you. You do not need to chase a door until your hands bleed. You can take the step that honors you, then allow the response to reveal information. If the answer is yes, receive it. If it is no, you are still worthy. If it is not yet, you are still worthy. Worth remains. This steadiness is deeply attractive to peace. It allows you to stop outsourcing your identity to outcomes. It allows you to meet life with an open palm rather than a desperate grip. It allows you to experience desire without turning desire into self-punishment. And it prepares you for the next layer of release, where gratitude becomes not a duty, but a natural fragrance of a heart that is beginning to feel supported. For now, remain with the feeling of worth as something that does not need to shout. It is quiet. It does not compete. It does not need to prove. It simply is. Like the sky does not prove it is sky. Like a flower does not apologize for needing light. Like the earth does not ask permission to hold you. Worth is not dramatic. It is steady. Let that steadiness enter the places that have been waiting for permission. The place that wants to rest. The place that wants to stop chasing. The place that wants to receive without suspicion. The place that wants to believe that timing is not an enemy. The place that wants to feel safe with good. Let worth become a warm presence there. You may say quietly, not as a performance, but as nourishment. I choose to feel worthy and deserving. Then let the words settle into the body. Let them move through the shoulders, the chest, the belly, the hands. Let them answer the old contraction. Let them remind the heart that receiving does not have to be stolen from life. It can be allowed. It can be welcomed. It can be met with gratitude when it comes, and patience while it forms. There is nothing you need to force in this moment. You are not being asked to make the whole path appear. You are being invited to stop treating yourself as unworthy while the path unfolds. That is a powerful change. To wait as someone who matters, to release as someone who matters, to act as someone who matters, to rest as someone who matters. This changes the tone of everything. And perhaps, as this begins to settle, you can feel that the good you have been seeking is not only ahead of you. Some of it is beginning within you now. The good of a softer voice, the good of a less frightened body, the good of a present moment that has room in it, the good of seeing a closed door without calling yourself rejected, the good of allowing support in small forms, the good of remembering that you are worthy before anything else changes. Let that be enough for now. Let it be a lamp you carry into the next part of the journey. Not a blazing sun that answers every question at once, but a lamp, a steady light. It shows the next few steps. It warms the hand. It reminds you that darkness is not the only thing present. And with that small light, you can continue. And with that small light, you begin to see how much of suffering is not only in what happens, but in the thoughts that gather around what happens. The event may be one thing, and the mind may build an entire house of fear around it. A delay becomes a story of rejection. A silence becomes a story of abandonment. A closed door becomes a story of personal failure. A simple uncertainty becomes proof in the old imagination that nothing good can come. Yet these stories are not life itself. They are interpretations, and interpretations can be softened. This is where the language of the mind becomes so important. You may not be able to change every circumstance in a moment, but you can begin to notice the sentences you repeat inside yourself. Some sentences close the body. Some sentences make the world feel smaller. Some sentences turn the future into an enemy before it has even arrived. And some sentences open a little window. They let in air. They invite perspective. They remind you that what you are seeing now is not the whole of what can be. If you have repeated words of lack for many years, be gentle. You did not do this because you were foolish. You may have learned it from the world around you. You may have heard fear spoken at the table, in the home, in the culture, in the voices of people who loved you but did not know how to think abundantly. You may have absorbed the idea that there is never enough, that good is difficult to receive, that ease is unsafe, that life gives only after great struggle. These beliefs can become like background music in the mind. You may not notice them until you begin to choose a different song. There is an affirmation that points toward this change. I move from poverty thinking to prosperity thinking, and my finances reflect this change. Let us hold these words with wisdom and care. Prosperity thinking is not a demand placed upon life, and it is not a guarantee that every outer condition will instantly rearrange. It is a shift in consciousness. It is a willingness to stop identifying with lack as though lack were your name. It is a willingness to see possibilities, to honor resources, to receive help, to use what you have with love, and to allow your mind to become friendlier toward good. Poverty thinking can appear in many forms. It is not only about money. It can be the belief that there is not enough love, not enough time, not enough opportunity, not enough support, not enough beauty, not enough space for you. It can whisper that everyone else has access to good, but you do not. It can say, "Why try? Nothing changes." It can say, "Hold tightly, because if you loosen, everything will disappear." It can say, "Do not enjoy this, because it may not last." Such thoughts create a narrow room inside the mind. Prosperity thinking begins by opening that room. It says, "Perhaps there is more available than I have noticed." Perhaps help can come through a new channel. Perhaps a simple idea can become a next step. Perhaps I can learn to receive without fear. Perhaps I can use my energy more wisely. Perhaps I can bless what I have while becoming available to more. This way of thinking does not deny practical matters. It makes you more capable of meeting them because you are no longer paralyzed by inner scarcity. Scarcity often makes the mind frantic. It rushes, compares, grasps, and closes. It sees another person's good and believes it means less for you. It sees a delay and calls it permanent. It sees one closed path and decides there are no paths, but a more abundant consciousness can pause. It can say, "Life is larger than this one moment." It can say, "Another person's blessing is not my exclusion." It can say, "A closed road may invite a clearer road." It can say, "I will take the next wise step without making fear my master." This is not about pretending. It is about choosing the mental ground from which you live. If you plant yourself daily in resentment, comparison, dread, and helplessness, the inner life becomes very dry. If you begin to plant yourself in appreciation, possibility, patience, and willingness, something within receives moisture again. The outer world may still require action, discipline, care, and discernment, but the action will arise from a different field. Less panic, more presence, less chasing, more alignment. You may have noticed that when you are afraid, you overlook simple guidance. The body is tense, the mind is loud, the heart is guarded. An idea may come, but fear dismisses it. A person may offer kindness, but suspicion rejects it. A new path may appear, but the old belief says, that cannot be for me. This is why softening inner lack matters. It allows you to perceive differently. And often, perception is the beginning of change. What would it feel like to stop speaking of your life as though it were permanently deprived? Not to deny the places that need attention, but to stop making lack your identity. You might begin by changing small words. Instead of saying, "Nothing ever comes to me," you could say, "I am learning to recognize good in new forms." Instead of saying, "I am always behind," you could say, "My life is unfolding in its own rhythm." Instead of saying, "I never have enough support," you could say, "I am willing to notice and receive support wisely." These are not empty phrases. They are new pathways. The mind does not change all at once. It is taught. It is guided. It is spoken to with repetition and patience. If you have repeated fear many times, you can repeat love many times. If you have repeated lack many times, you can repeat openness many times. If you have repeated urgency many times, you can repeat calm many times. The words you choose are like hands shaping the clay of consciousness. And now we return to the second doorway that had been waiting quietly: gratitude. Not gratitude as a rule, not gratitude used to silence pain, not the brittle kind that says you must smile when your heart is aching. True gratitude is softer than that. It is the practice of noticing what is still giving itself to you, even while something else remains unfinished. It is how the heart keeps from starving in a waiting season. I express gratitude for all the good in my life. Let this be a tender statement, not a forced one. All the good does not mean all the circumstances are easy. It means there is good somewhere to be seen. Perhaps very small, perhaps quiet, perhaps as simple as warmth, breath, a sip of water, a line of comfort, the memory of someone's kindness, the fact that you have survived every day until now. Gratitude begins with what is honest. When life feels heavy, you do not need to search for grand blessings. Begin with the nearest true thing. I am grateful for this moment of stillness. I am grateful for the part of me that still wants peace. I am grateful for the strength that has carried me. I am grateful for the chance to think differently. I am grateful for one small beauty I did not miss today. These acknowledgments may seem small to the judging mind, but the heart receives them as nourishment. Gratitude does something subtle to time. When you are afraid, time becomes an enemy. You think only of what has not happened yet, what may never happen, what should have happened sooner. But gratitude returns you to what is here. It does not erase desire, it steadies it. It says, while I wait, I will not refuse the gifts already present. While I grow, I will not ignore the ground supporting me. While I ask for more, I will bless what has already arrived. There is a kind of impatience that comes from feeling unfed. The heart becomes hungry, and then it tries to make one future event responsible for all nourishment. If that event does not arrive, despair grows. Gratitude offers nourishment now. It gives the heart something to live on while life continues unfolding. It prevents the waiting from becoming barren. You may be grateful and still longing. You may be grateful and still grieving. You may be grateful and still uncertain. These can live together. A mature heart does not need to reduce life to one feeling at a time. It can say, this part hurts and this part is blessed. This part is unclear and this part is supported. This part is still waiting, and this part is already receiving. Such honesty creates spaciousness. Gratitude also teaches the mind to look for evidence of support. The fearful mind is trained to collect evidence of danger. It remembers every disappointment. It searches for proof that things will not work. It filters out small kindnesses because they do not fit the story of abandonment. Gratitude gently retrains the filter. It asks, what else is true? Where has life been kind? What good have I been too rushed to see? What is here that I have called ordinary, but is actually precious? The ordinary is full of quiet offerings. A bed that receives the body, a cup that holds water, a window that lets in light, a voice that comforts, a memory that warms, a lesson that clarified, a moment when the body relaxed, a word of encouragement, a task completed, a tear released, a boundary honored, a fear noticed. These are not nothing. They are signs of life moving. The more you notice, the more the inner atmosphere shifts from absence to presence. You begin to realize that you have been supported in ways that did not announce themselves. You may not have had every form of support you wanted, but there were moments that helped you continue. There were invisible strengths. There were small mercies. There was something within you that kept choosing to live, to learn, to soften, to begin again. Let gratitude include yourself. Many people thank life for outer blessings, but forget to thank the one who has endured. Thank yourself for continuing. Thank your heart for still being able to feel. Thank your body for carrying you through days when the mind was tired. Thank your awareness for noticing old patterns. Thank your willingness for showing up. This is not arrogance. It is kindness. The heart that can thank itself becomes less dependent on constant outer reassurance. It can receive praise when it comes, but it is not empty without it. It can bless another person's kindness, but it does not demand that one person be the only source of warmth. Gratitude spreads the sources of nourishment. It teaches you that good comes through many windows. My good comes from everywhere and everyone. Let this affirmation widen you. Not everyone will bring you what you want. Not every place will be aligned. Not every offer should be accepted. But good itself is not limited to one face, one door, one path, one schedule. Good can arrive as wisdom through a difficult encounter. Good can arrive as comfort through a gentle one. Good can arrive as an idea, an invitation, a pause, a release, a new boundary, a moment of laughter, a sudden understanding, a better question. If you have placed all your hope on one form, this widening may feel unsettling at first. The mind likes to know exactly how the answer must come. It says if it is not this person, this date, this path, this shape, then it is not good. But life is more creative than that. Sometimes the essence of what you ask for comes dressed differently. You asked for love, and first you were led to self-respect. You asked for success, and first you were led to clarity about your gifts. You asked for relief, and first you were led to release what was draining you. You asked for direction, and first you were asked to become quiet enough to hear. Do not reject the first gifts because they are not the final form. A foundation is a gift. A lesson is a gift. Rest is a gift. Discernment is a gift. The courage to stop chasing is a gift. The ability to receive small kindness is a gift. These may not look like the answer the mind imagined, but they prepare the heart to live differently. When you believe good can come from everywhere, you stop staring at one closed door until your eyes grow tired. You begin to turn your head. You begin to notice the open spaces. You see that a conversation you did not plan carries insight. You see that a disappointment gives you back energy you had been losing. You see that a quiet morning, which once seemed empty, contains room for a new thought. The world becomes less narrow. This does not mean you chase every possibility. It means you are receptive without being desperate. You can let life bring something to your attention and then feel whether it is right. You can allow invitations to appear without making them obligations. You can welcome support while staying connected to inner wisdom. Openness and discernment belong together. There is an ease that comes when the heart no longer insists that good must arrive through the most painful channel. Perhaps you have done this before. You wanted one person to understand, one situation to change, one path to open, and you waited there with your whole heart. Meanwhile, life may have been offering comfort elsewhere, wisdom elsewhere, movement elsewhere. When you widen, you stop using one locked place as proof that the whole world is closed. The whole world is not closed. Your mind may be tired, but life is still spacious. Your heart may be healing, but love has many expressions. Your path may be unclear, but guidance can come step by step. Your old plan may have shifted, but possibility has not been destroyed. Let yourself be surprised by forms of good you did not think to request. There is a humility in receiving from everywhere. It admits that you do not know all the channels. It lets help be humble. It lets grace come through ordinary people and ordinary moments. It lets wisdom come through mistakes. It lets relief come through simplicity. It lets beauty come through the small and near. This humility keeps the heart open. And then, as gratitude and openness deepen, something magnetic begins to happen in the way you live. Not a dramatic guarantee, not a way of controlling every event, but a change in what you are, and therefore what you meet. When you walk with resentment, you see through resentment. When you walk with expectation of harm, you tense before anything has happened. When you walk with appreciation, worth, and openness, you meet life differently. You speak differently. You choose differently. You notice differently. The field around you changes because the field within you changes. The law of attraction brings only good into my life. Let this be understood as a loving orientation, not a rigid superstition. Do not use it to blame yourself for every difficulty. Do not turn it into fear of your own thoughts. The deeper teaching is that what you dwell in shapes how you participate. If you dwell continually in unworthiness, you may accept what confirms it. If you dwell in love, you become more available to what reflects love. If you dwell in gratitude, you are more likely to notice and nurture blessings. If you dwell in peace, you make different decisions than when you dwell in panic. Your energy is not a punishment system, it is an atmosphere. A room filled with harshness feels different from a room filled with kindness. A body filled with dread moves differently from a body that is beginning to feel safe. A mind filled with lack chooses differently from a mind willing to see possibility. As you tend the atmosphere within, you create better conditions for wise action, healthier receiving, clearer perception, and calmer presence. This is why the work is not to force life with thoughts, but to become a place where loving thoughts can live. You do not have to fear every passing doubt. A cloud crossing the sky does not destroy the sky. Notice the doubt and then return to the chosen atmosphere. Return to appreciation. Return to worth. Return to the present. Return to the quiet knowing that you are allowed to be supported. The old mind may ask for proof. It may say, if this works, show me now. But inner growth is often like dawn. The light arrives gradually. At first the room is still dim, but something has changed. Shapes appear. Edges soften. The world is not fully bright yet, but the night is no longer complete. Your practice may be like that. You may not see everything at once, but a little more light is present. Let that little light be enough. The demand for full proof can become another form of control. You can honor small evidence, the calmer response, the kinder thought, the easier release, the unexpected support, the moment of gratitude, the willingness to receive. These are signs that the inner law of your life is becoming more loving. As this loving atmosphere strengthens, you may feel less need to convince life of what you want. Desire becomes quieter, more dignified. It is still there, but it is no longer frantic. You no longer shout your longing at the sky. You hold it gently in the heart and continue living. This is a beautiful change. It means the desire is no longer consuming you. It has become part of your path, not the ruler of your peace. The final part of this journey is not about getting more excited. It is about becoming more still. A stillness that is not empty, but full of presence. A stillness where the heart can rest from bargaining. A stillness where the body can stop preparing for disaster. A stillness where the mind no longer needs to pull at every thread. In this stillness, you may begin to feel that life does not need to be forced into goodness. Goodness is already moving in quiet ways. All is well. These words are not meant to cover pain with a blanket of denial. They are meant to reach beneath pain to the deeper ground. All is well does not mean every event is pleasant. It means that beneath the changes, beneath the questions, beneath the unfinished places, there remains a field of love in which healing can begin. It means you are not outside of life's care. It means this moment, even this one, can be met with a softer heart. Let the words be small. Do not make them carry more than they need to. All is well enough for this breath. All is well enough to loosen the jaw. All is well enough to stop attacking yourself for a moment. All is well enough to let tomorrow wait until tomorrow. All is well enough to receive one small good. All is well enough to lay down what cannot be solved tonight. There is great kindness in laying things down. Many burdens do not need to be carried through every hour. You can have a concern and still put it down for a while. You can have an unresolved question and still sleep. You can have a longing and still enjoy the sound of rain, the softness of fabric, the quiet of a room. The mind may say, if I put it down, I will lose control. But you never truly had control through worry. You only had tension. Release the tension, not the wisdom. Release the panic, not the care. Release the self-punishment, not the responsibility. Release the demand that life explain itself before you allow yourself peace. You may pick up the practical step when it is time. For now, you can set down the heavy mental rehearsal. You can let the nervous system know that it does not have to guard the future all night. Imagine a table beside you. On it, you may place the things that have been circling in the mind. the unanswered message, the uncertain timing, the old disappointment, the wish you still carry, the fear that you are late, the story that says you must do everything alone. Place them there gently, one by one. Nothing is thrown away. Nothing is denied. It is simply placed down. You can sit beside the table with empty hands. Empty hands may feel unusual. Let them be empty. Empty hands can rest. Empty hands can receive warmth. Empty hands can touch the heart. Empty hands can be lifted in gratitude. Empty hands can open when something true arrives. You do not have to fill them immediately with another worry. The body may need reassurance as the hands empty. It may wonder whether it is safe to stop gripping. Speak inwardly with kindness. We are not abandoning what matters. We are resting from fear. We are not ignoring life. We are allowing calm to return. We are not giving up. We are making room for wisdom. Such words create a bridge between release and safety. There is nothing harsh about true surrender. It does not rip away what you love. It does not shame you for wanting. It does not ask you to become numb. It asks you to hold everything with less violence, to let the heart remain warm while the hands remain open, to let desire be blessed without becoming a cage, to let timing move without calling it your enemy. You may have noticed by now that the teaching has become simpler as it has gone deeper. At first, the mind wanted to understand how everything works, how to let go, how timing unfolds, how thoughts shape experience, how to receive, how to become worthy, and all of that has its place. But eventually, the heart wants fewer words. It wants to rest. It wants to feel safe enough to stop striving. So let the words thin out inside you. Not because they are unimportant, but because their work is becoming quieter. The mind has been given new directions. The heart has been given comfort. The body has been given permission. Now there can be more space, a long, gentle space in which nothing needs to be fixed. Feel what it is like to not chase the next thought. Feel what it is like to allow a little silence after a sentence. Feel what it is like to be here without demanding that here becomes somewhere else immediately. This is where peace begins to have a place to sit down. If the mind brings another worry, let it be a leaf floating on water. You do not have to climb onto it. You do not have to follow it down the stream. You can watch it pass. Another may come. Let it pass too. The watcher in you is calmer than the worries. The awareness in you is wider than the story. Rest as that wider place for a moment. The heart may bring an old ache. Let it be held without explanation. Not every ache needs analysis. Some simply need warmth. You can offer warmth by refusing to turn the ache into blame. You can offer warmth by saying, "Yes, this has been tender. I am here." You can offer warmth by letting the body soften around it instead of tightening against it. The ache may not disappear at once, but it is no longer alone. The body may bring fatigue. Let fatigue be honored. You have carried much. You have learned much. Even listening deeply can stir the inner life. There is no need to turn insight into immediate action. Let understanding settle. Let it descend from the mind into the tissues, into the breath, into the quieter layers of being. Some truths do not need to be acted upon instantly. They need to be absorbed. Absorption is a gentle process, like warmth entering cold hands, like water slowly soaking dry soil, like morning light gradually filling a room. Do not hurry it. If one phrase remains with you, that is enough. If one feeling softens, that is enough. If one burden feels a little less fused to your identity, that is enough. All is well. Let it return, barely louder than a whisper within. All is well. Not as a conclusion, not as a command, but as a place to rest the mind. The phrase is like a cushion under the heart. It does not explain every mystery. It simply supports you while the mysteries remain. You do not have to know what will happen next month. You do not have to know whether every desire will take the form you imagined. You do not have to know why every delay happened. You do not have to know how every door will open. The next breath is enough to meet. The next moment is enough to receive. The next gentle thought is enough to choose. This is not shrinking life. It is making life livable again. Fear tries to make you live all future days at once. Love brings you back to the one day that is here, the 1 hour, the one breath, the one kindness. And from here, life can continue. Perhaps there is a part of you that wants to ask one more question, to solve one more thing before you rest. You may tell that part softly, not now. We will listen when the time is right. For now, we are safe enough to be still. For now, we can allow the larger movement to carry what the mind cannot hold. For now, we can let peace be more important than figuring out. This is a deep change for many people. To let peace be more important than figuring out. Not forever, not in every practical matter, but in the inner world, in the quiet hours, in the places where the mind spins without producing wisdom. There comes a point when more thinking does not bring more clarity. It only deepens the groove of fear. At that point, peace is the wiser path. You can choose peace without having all the answers. You can choose peace while a question remains open. You can choose peace while life is still arranging itself. You can choose peace as an offering to your own body. Peace does not make you careless. It makes you available to clearer guidance when guidance is needed. Let the face soften now. Let the space between the eyes become smooth. Let the tongue rest. Let the shoulders remember that they do not have to hold up the sky. Let the belly be allowed to be unguarded for a moment. Let the hands be simple. Let the breath do what it knows how to do without being managed. There is so much intelligence in the body. It knows how to return toward balance when it is given safety. It knows how to release small tensions when it is no longer commanded by alarm. It knows how to rest. Perhaps you have forgotten how to allow it, but the body remembers. Give it permission through gentleness. No striving now, no reaching, no pulling the future closer, no pushing the past away, just being here. If a thought comes, it may come. If a feeling comes, it may come. Everything can pass through a space of kindness. You are allowed to be unfinished. You are allowed to be in process. You are allowed to be someone who still has questions and still deserves peace. You are allowed to release one layer and discover another later. You are allowed to grow slowly. You are allowed to receive slowly. You are allowed to let life meet you slowly. Slowly can be beautiful. The most enduring things often grow slowly. Roots deepen slowly. Trustworthiness is built slowly. The nervous system learns safety slowly. The heart opens slowly after it has been hurt. There is no shame in slow healing. There is grace in it. It allows each layer to be included. If you listen closely, you may feel that nothing more needs to be added in this moment. The teaching has become very simple now. Be kind inside. Release the grip. Let good come in many forms. Be grateful for what is here. Allow timing to move. Rest in the knowledge that your worth is not waiting somewhere ahead of you. Your worth is here, not louder than the room, not demanding attention, simply here. Like warmth under the skin, like quiet light, like the steady fact of being. You do not need to rise and prove it. You do not need to explain it. You can rest in it. All the longing, all the waiting, all the desire for timing to make sense can be held in this larger tenderness. Nothing needs to be exiled. The longing can stay, but it does not need to lead. The waiting can continue, but it does not need to wound you each day. The desire can be blessed, but it does not need to become a measure of your value. The unknown can remain unknown for now. Let the unknown be softer. Let it be a room with a lamp rather than a dark alley. Let it be a field under moonlight rather than a threat. Let it be a question held by something wiser than fear. You do not have to love the unknown. You may simply stop making it your enemy. Life has carried you to this breath. Through every day you thought you could not meet. Through every season that changed you. Through every ending that did not end you. Through every beginning you did not see coming. Something has carried you even when you did not name it. Let yourself feel that, if only a little. And if you cannot feel it today, let the words hold the place until feeling comes. Sometimes words are cups placed out before the rain. You do not have to fill them by force. You place them there. You wait. You allow. In time, something collects, He cup of your heart be open, not strained. May your receiving be gentle. May your release be gentle. May your thoughts become friends to your life. May gratitude find you in ordinary places. May the good meant for your growth arrive in forms you can recognize. May what is not yours pass without taking your peace with it. There is no need to chase this blessing. Let it settle as atmosphere. Let it be the softness around you. Let it be the quiet beneath the words. The deepest comfort often comes when nothing more is required. You can return to life after this with less weight. Not because everything has been solved, but because not everything has to be carried in the same old way. Some things can be placed down. Some can be blessed. Some can be allowed to unfold. Some can be met tomorrow. Some can be released entirely. The heart knows, or will learn, which is which. For now, let tomorrow remain tomorrow. Let the next season remain unopened. Let the people in your life have their own paths. Let the desires you hold be surrounded by patience. Let your body feel the mercy of not being rushed. Let your mind float for a moment without grabbing. All is well enough to rest.